We're fully live. It's just doing the whole countdown thing. Gives us time to share the Twitch channel around online.
Get over your worst swearing out of your system now.
Don't you
Make sure
fucking
we
tell me
post
what to
this
do.
everywhere.
What? Do I really have to get out now? Fine. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. There, I'm done.
Get it out of your system.
Are we using Sirenscape or no?
Not at the minute.
Cyberpunk Uncensored.
I'm trying to get us. We're nearly at the point of having players regularly.
All right.
So
you guys are live. Everybody can see you now. Act appropriately.
Oh shit.
I don't know the meaning of the word appropriate.
All right, we'll do your
Hey, everybody.
All right. Sure. This appropriate.
Hey, welcome to our latest edition of our Cyberpunk RED campaign, Choombas, on Cyberpunk Uncensored channel. You know the usual deal. Cyberpunk Uncensored produces loads and loads of different content from live actual play games like this through to walkthroughs and tutorials, explanations of game mechanics, which are really good for breaking things down if you'd rather not read through a load of text. Rob goes through things step by step on there, so they are awesome. We are on, I think, just about every social media channel that exists, so you can find it on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, you name it. Rob probably has an account on there. So do look us up, and hopefully you'll enjoy our ongoing game here.
I think you were weren't you the latest star of his recent YouTube videos, Panda, with a media breakdown?
Yes, I do remember that.
Star is a strong word. I was the I was maybe he ran down the list and no one decent was available. So yeah, I did the breakdown for the media role and the explaining the class ability on there and just how immensely powerful it is, and how I don't understand how more people don't play medias because they are awesome. So yeah, take a look at that, and you can see me rambling like this for about 30 minutes. So yeah, to get us kicked off, hopefully a couple of you know who I am by now. I'm Matt. I go by Reservoir Panda, and I stream on here, our Cyberpunk RED games, as well as starting up a couple of other campaigns myself on Twitch. And I am responsible for this bunch of miscreants, who, let's start with...
You wound me, good sir.
Let's go top right. Hyle, introduce yourself and who's your character?
Hey, everybody, I'm Scrag. I'm pretty hungover. I would imagine my character is hungover too at this moment. But he's a solo. He supposedly is trying to earn money for his family, and pretty much a living weapon if there ever was one. Pretty one-sided, but you know, he's a solo. That's how I wanted to build him at first. So yeah.
Awesome. Hijack, you're next up.
Hey guys, I'm Jedi of the Gray. I'm playing Hijack. He is a very skittish net runner. I'd imagine after the job they pulled, he's been trying to lay a little low. I will say, he's kind of a little bit more trustworthy of the guys he's running with, though. Not a lot of people will try to pull off some kind of crap like they did. So yeah, that's about where we're at.
Cool. And Salvo is our nomad. He is going to be with us. I've just been informed. He's just running a little late. So for now, we'll jump over him and jump to Black Plague.
Hi, I am Black Plague, also trauma, med trauma, basically, and I basically make sure these lovely Choombas don't get totally shut up or flatline to a certain degree by patching their asses up multiple times and not get shot too badly in the spine again.
Or beat up by a little old woman security guard.
Hey, that was mostly for you guys of distraction. I took one for the team.
Oh, that was a great distraction, brother. No, that was
really
well
good.
done.
Very believable, actually.
I feel like he just liked getting kicked by a pretty
No,
woman.
I don't like getting kicked by people who are smaller than me.
Oh, I'm
You
pretty
can
sure
deny it all
did.
you want. We're not going to believe you.
Yeah, we saw
Well,
that.
she didn't take me on a first date, so no.
That comes later. You usually have to pay for those services, right?
I'm not touching that subject.
Very
I
good.
may or may not know people in that type of work, so I'm not touching that subject.
Cool. Depending on where they work, you're not allowed to touch anywhere, I believe. So, Locke.
So I play Locke. He's a tech from Hong Kong. He's a little bit older, probably than the rest of the party. He's in his 40s or so. And he's kind of just been recently traveled to Night City, looking to put a team together for some business. And he ended up with a lot of the players at this apartment complex that offered him housing and what he thought would be a good opportunity to meet other runners. And so that is why he's here.
Cool. So,
Actually, yeah, you are pretty older than me.
okay. Last time round, does anyone fancy doing a quick recap, or I'm happy to do it if you prefer that?
You have such a lovely voice.
Oh, damn it. Sarcasm, my own favorite tool used against me. Okay.
It shows how much we love you.
Yeah. So, last time round, our players, having been engaged by an anonymous corporate benefactor to track down and dispose of a rogue combat drone which had gone AWOL on a testing operation and was now potentially posing a danger to the citizens of Night City. Now, obviously, this corporation wanted to remain anonymous, as if everything went wrong and their drone ended up causing casualties, they didn't want their name on it. So they were very, very careful about covering their tracks and willing to pay accordingly, as long as the team destroyed this piece of tech as fast as possible and kept it from getting, not necessarily noticed, but kept it from getting picked up and examined by the authorities. So, take down the bot, bring back the pieces to cover up the evidence. That was their basic mission. Through some handy sleuthing work and use of connections, the players managed to track down relatively quickly this rogue drone, which was causing havoc along the marina, along the waterfront. And they weren't sure whether there had been any fatalities yet, but it was certainly, apart from one skater punk who looked fairly dead in a video that they found on the Garden, Night City's social media site. They tracked this thing down, quick face-off, and rather rapidly managed to back it into a corner. They took some damage themselves along the way. Grenades are not to be messed with, as we all know. we've had a nice little lesson in that class, and made a mess of both some of their health and the van that Salvo had hastily procured for their operation. Just as they were on the verge of sort of their final throes of putting this robot down, Locke got close to it and noticed some strange behavior, which led him to, could have been a crazy hunch, but it worked out for him. Thought there is more to this thing than just a robot with crossed wires. This thing is acting afraid, and it's definitely acting with emotion rather than just programming. It all worked out. It turned out that indeed, once they showed that they didn't necessarily need to be hostile, they managed to take the thing away with them and investigate further without having to turn it into a pile of scrap and just leave it there. Some deep diving from our netrunner, Hijack, uncovered some unusual characteristics. This bot, which had limited speech abilities, which he managed to unlock in the course of a very up and down net run. Like at some points, it seemed like everything was going his way and everything was just a walk in the park. And then at one point, he nearly got ripped to shreds by a hellhound, because that's the way the dice go. But he fought through it very, very bravely. We all patted him on the back. He's a good boy. And managed to uncover there was a lot more to this thing than initially met the eye. He uncovered a lot of tracking and report data on the thing, as well as some form of implanted behavioral controls, which seem to regulate the thing's emotional state. Very, very weird to have on just an automated drone. Once they'd been through, they took this thing to a location that they managed to secure, and once they'd been through the process of getting full access to its personality, then they uncovered a number of strange things. This was not just a bot. It appeared to be inhabited by an AI, and that AI took the form of a former NCPD officer, one Eva Morales, which is not usual protocol, to say the least. So shed a little more light on just why maybe this cult wants to keep this so under wraps. And there were options available to our brave Choombas. They could just turn the bot in and pretend they'd never seen anything. That would have been valid. They would have got their payday and nothing more. Or they could go down the moral route, make things more difficult for themselves. And this is what they chose. They decided to help this former Night City PD officer and try and get her out of the city without revealing their slight contravention of the terms of their employment to either their landlady, come fixer, Mrs. Hahn, and their corporate sponsor. Through stealth, technology, ingenuity, and some really, really stellar acting from Black Plague, they managed to get access to a server from a defunct, it was a gym which had recently closed down, and they ripped the net architecture out of there to make a temporary home for this AI personality. Once the transfer was complete, then that meant they could safely destroy the body and therefore destroy the evidence that they'd done anything more or investigated further than they were supposed to. That is pretty much where we left off. You guys had returned back to the apartment building, having blown, I believe Heil unleashed about 60 rounds of 5.56 ammo into the carcass of what remained of this supposed drone, just to make it completely unworkable, and then Locke engineered its power core to overload. Nothing Predator mini nuke style. This was a mere 20, 30 feet blast radius, so they did it along the waterfront, no collateral damage. Got home, reported job done, handed over spare parts, minus a few that they'd secreted away for their own use, and got paid and well thanked. And that is where we left off. Now, since then, there were a couple of people who've had their sort of own things going on. We're now a few days later, call it about a week later. Some people had some healing up to do. So Black Plague has been going around playing doctor with everybody and just making sure that they all survived and got back to their full capabilities, which is very, very nice of him. And Locke managed to, through means as yet unknown or undisclosed, secure passage out of the city for Ava. So we come to the scene of Locke sat in his small apartment, and he has the salvaged server in front of him, and you can see he's hooked up basically a keyboard, mic, monitor, camera to it, and is communicating directly with this AI, which is now no longer bound by the inbuilt constraints of the architecture it was in the drone. You see a full night's conversation goes past. He's up until the small hours, talking, trying to get as much information as he can from this intelligence, this human being, essentially, separated from her own body, and uncovers a few things. I'll leave it to him to discuss as he wishes. And then around 48 hours after they arrive back, he gets up about 1 a.m., picks up this server solo. There's no need for assistance. He's got for a tech, he's got his nice technology-assisted body stat there, so hauls it down the stairs to himself quietly, not necessarily sneaking past people, but just not wanting to disturb anybody. Down to the garage underground beneath the apartment building, where he meets a familiar figure to himself and to Black Plague anyway, by the name of Travis, who runs this wasn't on stream, this was actually in our session 1, which unfortunately we didn't get to capture on stream. But Travis runs basically a private combat cab service. So it's executive cars, or in this case, an up-armored, Humvee-sized, 6-seater flatbed truck, which has some nifty features if you want to get safely from A to B in the combat zone without people thinking it's a good idea to have a go at interrupting your day. Travis meets him there, they load the server into the truck and head off across the city to a garage at an undisclosed location. Here they meet another vehicle and the driver who appears to be in her late 20s, blonde hair, wearing sort of red bike leathers, and doesn't offer any sort of recognition to Locke except a passphrase which goes between them, which again will remain. We will gloss over. That's his business. She goes around to the back of her vehicle and presses a certain section, and a panel slides away, revealing a secret compartment under the rear seats of the vehicle, which looks quite spacious. It could probably accommodate maybe as many as 3 people if they didn't mind getting really comfortable with each other and weren't going to be in there for more than a couple of hours. In there are, along with the space, and a couple of pillows, which are obviously in there for if people want to be a little more comfortable. There are also a couple of PowerPoints, one of which she drags out on an extendable lead and attaches to the server, and then places in, uses ratchet straps to strap it securely in position. And this is the first, she's been very businesslike up until this point, and once she's handling the server, there's an element there of, imagine the image of someone putting a child into a car seat. That is the care that she takes with this piece of machinery. Puts it away securely, locks up the panel, looks at Locke, gives him a nod, and leaves, not a word. They separate, and the scene cuts away. We are back in the apartment building, and unless I believe that someone may want to speak to other people, then I leave it in your hands to arrange how and where you're doing that.
Yeah, I would have called a meeting with everybody and just be down at the bar at the usual spot. We have kind of like a tavern or like a little bar area in this apartment complex, and that's where we sometimes hang out. So I usually fix gear and things down there for different runners as they come and go. And so I'll be sitting down there at the table, and I'll ask everyone to come down when they have a moment.
Yeah, there is indeed. There is a bar on the ground floor of this apartment building is commercial units, and one of those is a lounge-style bar, which is run by Mrs. Han's niece by the name of Sally.
Did you want to talk about the apartment thing, or are we going to leave that out, Panda?
I can absolutely go through that if you'd like. So, following the night of discussion with the captive Ava, the next day, Locke heads out and goes to, not too far across town, to a small apartment building. It's 3 stories. And he sits on a bench across the road, just looking at there's a light on in a certain window, and he's looking, not obviously, but maybe every 10 minutes or so, he's just looking up from what he's doing, apparently reading screen sheets, and checking that light, when suddenly it goes off. He waits another minute and a half, 2 minutes, and then seems to perk up as a man in his late 30s walks out of the front door of the apartment complex. Doesn't follow the guy, waits maybe another 60 seconds, then when he next sees someone go through the main door of the apartment building, follows up behind them, slips in, tailgates through the door, straight up to what anyone watching from our imaginary vantage point could easily see, is the same apartment whose light he was watching. 30 seconds of work on the lock. It's not a complex thing. This is not a high-end area. He's in. Walks straight across the room. Ignores everything else in there. Goes straight to a sofa that's against one wall. Pushes it aside, revealing an old air vent there. With his multi-tool hand, just loosens a couple of screws, and the thing comes away easily. Inside, removes a couple of items which are wrapped up in there. Again, I'll leave it to you if you ever want to discuss what they are. Then has a little moment of realization crosses his deadpan face. Gets up, looks around the room, goes and grabs a marker pen, which is magnetically attached to the fridge, writes something on the inside of the vent, replaces the marker pen, replaces the vent, replaces the couch, and exits the building. And I believe that's the end of where you left it.
Sounds right.
So you're calling people to ask if they'd mind meeting you down in Sally's bar, which, by the way, I haven't particularly picked a name for. So if anyone wants to make suggestions, either on here or in Twitch chat, I am open to them. Before I just go.
I'm good with it calling it Sally's bar because it is her bar technically.
Well, it might be fun to see what Twitch chat comes up with too.
Oh yeah,
maybe they have some ideas.
Let's see what Twitch has to say.
That is very true.
So let me know when everyone comes down, and then Scrag.
Oh goodness. I'd say Hijack's probably already down there, just eating some noodles in the corner or something.
I would probably say Black Plague's coming back to the apartment after work.
You actually work? How pedestrian.
I do have a clinic, so I kind of have to make myself appear every so often.
Scrag, do you make your way down there?
Yeah. I come in from outside. I was doing something. I was out on the town, so to speak.
All right. So I think that's everyone we have players for. We'll just assume that everyone else happened to be at the table. So when everyone comes down or a round of drinks from Sally, I just have her bring whatever we typically enjoy these evenings, and say I wanted to take a moment to thank everybody for going a little bit above and beyond what we had been tasked to do the previous night. I know we didn't have to do it. You guys didn't have to agree to try to help assist pulling that AI out of the server, but I appreciate it. And as promised, I do have some funds to help. I told you that I'd help try to pay for that, and don't have a lot of cash, but here, and then I'll hand each of you a credit stick with 400 credits on it. And hopefully this So it's not as much as we would typically get, but hopefully it helps a little bit for your time, and as a small token of my thanks for the help.
Yeah, that wasn't a very typical job, but Eddies are Eddies.
Well, I didn't expect it to go that way either, personally. And I had a conversation with Morales before I was able to get her out of the city, and she's very thankful for what we were able to do for her. I learned that she didn't volunteer for that job, and she was just surprised, as you can imagine anybody would be, to wake up in a body like that. So it's akin to being a nightmare and not being able to wake up.
Yeah, that's very odd. But yeah, Locke, I won't take the money. I will let this one go because that payment for basically anytime you're most likely to get really badly beat up or at least need some cybernetics, just put it as that.
Well, take it for now. I mean, you were the only one that ended up getting beat up on that little jaunt that we did. So if anyone's
Don't remind
deserved,
me
it's been
that
you.
legit. I swear that woman could be my mother.
Well, you played it off pretty well. I almost would think you're like a professional actor or something. It looks so realistic.
No. I just have a good amount of training with my younger sister to speak is the best way to saying it.
Well, from what I heard from our friend Morales, she wasn't the only one of these machines. There was at least 3 others, I think. And we may find them turning up. She doesn't really understand how she was able to break free as she was. She thinks it was some type of malfunction. But there's a good chance there's other members of NCPD who are also been converted into these drones. I'm not 100% sure. But it may be a possibility, and there's a few leads that we can follow up on that if you guys would like to. I don't really know how.
Character question wise, would Locke have actually mentioned about the NPCD? Because me, out of character, the actual character, wasn't there for that session, so I don't remember.
Yeah, I would have mentioned that, and just to, I guess, out of character to fill you in, Panda. I mean, we found out that she was NCPD. Trying to think of what else actually happened in that mission. We found them in some kind of she was from some kind of a cyber cafe type of place. Where was that in Europetown, Panda, or was that in Little Tokyo or something?
Little Japan, from what I watched on the video.
In Old Japantown.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So she was NCPD. So you would have known that.
All right. I would have actually legitly. So, Panda, I would have actually gave Huntress a call after that, off-screen wise, if I'd known about that.
And if we want to just have it that no one told you until now, just to make things easier, we can do that too. I mean, I think Hijack was the one that told us in the van, and maybe you just didn't happen to hear it, that she was NCPD.
I believe so.
You may have been busy at the time patching up people's broken ribs and things.
Oh yeah, I was totally focused in that.
So I mean, I'm going to say I think there's some shit going down. Obviously, given our line of work, I don't expect a lot of you to be interested in getting themselves involved in anything going on with the NCPD. And honestly, for me, it has nothing to do with the NCPD. It just happens to be where this is going on. And so there are some things that we might be able to look into, or I will look into, but I didn't know how comfortable everyone would be with that. So I at least wanted to, bring it up, and then there might be times when we can use a hand with some things, or I can try to do some things in my own time. But um, I don't expect this is something that I don't have any funds for. That I'm going to be pursuing myself more for the interest in artificial intelligence. I think it's a very dangerous technology, and I think I need to be careful. I want to be careful about how it's being used, and I want to learn more about it. And I think you guys might have heard of Soul Killer. That I'm guessing that's how they use some version of Soul Killer to get these minds out of these bodies. And so I think whatever I
I've
can learn about it, I'm trying
heard
to.
of it in my line of work a few times. Just didn't think it was actually legitly real.
Hijack
Well,
looks kind of be like bouncing a knee while he's eating these noodles, and then he kind of looks over and he's just like, I mean, I'm always down to learn some shit like that, man. That's the kind of shit that makes you a legend.
yeah, or with rolling with the NCPD, it could also get us locked up. So I don't particularly know. And I have a lead for a sergeant, and I didn't know how much to get into this with you guys, honestly, because I didn't know if there'd be any interest in it. But I can definitely share the information, and we can see where it goes from there. But I was
Depending on your sergeant, because I won't slip out full-on names, but I do know at least a NPCD.
So did you say that, or I mean?
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't.
Black Flag like I know of, but I won't
Right.
slip out names.
Okay. I mean, and maybe we can get into that if I don't, not that I say that there's any need to keep it hidden or anything, but I don't think we really need to talk about who specifically it is until we decide we want to do something about it. But there is a sergeant in the NCPD who was assisting Morales in filling out some paperwork to join MaxTac. Morales had been trying to join MaxTac for several. This is her third try trying to get in. Her sergeant had her sign some paperwork, and in that paperwork, there was some sort of language that she quickly skimmed over, but basically it was, signing off, her body should anything happen to her for insurance and, organ donation and all this other kind of thing. So basically that they could do whatever they wanted with her corpse. She had been gunned down an alley with 2 or 3 other of her squad mates. And then she woke up in that AI body, or in that drone body. So, given that her sergeant was the one that kind of gave her that new paperwork, he may either not know anything about this process and would be interested in possibly helping us. And I have some leverage, that only Morales knows that we could share with him, or he is also, part of this and is getting some kind of corporate payout to get people to sign these documents.
I would probably go with the latter.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. As far as I would understand, he was a good sergeant. And she respected him and thought that he was somebody that she could trust and depend on until this happened. So it could be either one. We just don't know. And Morales had provided me with some information that we might be able to, that we can use to at least as leverage, I suppose, and with help of our net runner, possibly provide some documentation to back it up or something. But that's kind of where it stands. And, we can look into into pursuing this and finding out more about this AI. If we're able to extract some more of them, or at least try to figure out what's going on.
Wait, I'm confused. Are we not sticking it to NCPD?
What's that?
I'm just a little confused. Are we not trying to stick it to NCPD with this plan?
I don't think it has anything to do with directly with NCPD. I think it might, but the people who were doing it was believed to be some kind of Merc Corp or something like that, and they were just using NCPD as a way to get their hands on bodies that had some kind of tactical training or something like that to use. Maybe this is some kind of new RoboCop type cop they're trying to put together. I'm not sure, but she doesn't believe that it would be a lot more likely for it to be some kind of corp with a black budget to do all these kind of things to create this advanced technology than NCPD going through it. But I'm not sure on that. I mean, maybe it is NCPD, but
RoboCop, of all things they could try to recreate, they try to bring back RoboCop.
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, it's some bad movie from the 80s.
I didn't see it. I was told of it by my mentor. It was horrible. They even had the rebooted version of it. It was horrible.
Yeah, I saw the reboot. That was not very good.
So I don't know if that's what we're dealing with or not. And honestly, I thought I was going to be taking care of this on my own, but I just obviously I appreciate the help. I don't know how deep we're going to get, but
sticking it to
blackmailing
is just as good.
Okay, but blackmailing an NCPD sergeant, obviously comes up with its own set of risks, so we have to be super careful about it.
Well, if anyone wants to stick it to somebody, remember those Highlanders? Yeah, little Timmy gave me some more information about them.
So the Highlanders are a group that we ran into before. We happened to meet the 3 or 4 of you, but they happen to do a number on this. Go ahead.
To all the viewers, that was also the episode 1 where we had the technical difficulties.
And we didn't stream it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to recap, for the people who didn't get to see it, the Highlanders are a poser gang in the edge of South Night City. I think they were based.
Yes, it was South Night City.
And they were responsible. Cutting a long story short, someone came to Mrs. Hahn for help because someone that she was responsible for. Her name was Meili Tanagawa, and she came to Mrs. Hahn for help because Meili is a lieutenant in one of the local triad families, the Yamaguchi family.
She's triad? Oh, I thought she was Yakuza. My bad.
Nope. Triad. And as it happens, she is part of the family's personal security detail, and specifically has responsibility for the youngest son of the clan, Shiro. And unfortunately, as the group got out of her eventually, owing to the fact that she let her guard down because she was in the middle of a relationship with Shiro, they were jumped exiting the restaurant, and Shiro was kidnapped by this gang called the Highlanders. Apparently, essentially a random event. They didn't know who they were picking up, They just cruised a high-class part of town looking for victims, as the Highlanders make a lot of their money out of producing the worst of the worst braindance material. So these are braindance snuff films, essentially.
And who does this?
Merged my system of anything that could
That's the Highlanders do that.
This gang called the Highlanders. They all have bad Scottish accents, kilts and combat boots, run around with a lot of melee weapons, and generally cause a lot of havoc. They're not known for their brains, but they make their money out of completely lacking morals. So then, being willing to kidnap people and produce this awful material.
Oh, so you're saying that they do that and y'all haven't gone in there and killed every one of them yet?
We
Well,
killed two
a
of the
few.
people, but
A few
we
and not
didn't
every
go and
single one?
we just didn't annihilate them all because we didn't have the amount of bullets nor
Yeah, and keep in mind this was just myself and Black Plague, so we didn't have some tucked up solo to give us a hand.
Hmm.
and also we were basically going for an extraction mission instead of a annihilate mission.
Yeah, we had to try to get this guy out alive. So
Even with melee supporting them, there were still only 3 people trying to get one person out. They did take out the leadership of the gang. So the gang's leader and his second in command were both killed. But there were still members of the gang hanging around, so you can presume that they may still exist in some form or other. You're not quite sure about that. But Little Timmy, to whom Plague referenced, was their lead to the gang in the first place. Little Timmy is an orphan around the age of 12, 13, operates in South Night City.
And he also got some good new legs that look real.
oh, nice.
Yeah, he will have done that by now, because Little Timmy was the hard luck story of hard luck stories. He had been screwed every point in his life. He was now eking out a living selling scream sheets in the combat zone, because a lot of places in the combat zone where you would usually have terminals to just print out screen sheets, people will rip those terminals out of the ground and scrap them for materials. So Timmy makes his meager living by traveling outside the combat zone, picking up a bunch of screen sheets, then coming back and selling them on street corners to people for a slightly marked up price. And that's how he survives. But he also supplements his income, as Plague and Locke found out, by selling braindance materials on behalf of various gangs. And while he doesn't work for the Highlanders himself, he had some knowledge of them and was able to lead them to their headquarters, which was a rather run-down old former motel on the outskirts of South Night City.
That's
Little
what
Timmy
he
did-
used to do.
Yeah. Little Timmy did previously, when they first met him, was navigating the city on cyber legs, because his own organic legs, unfortunately, are not in working condition. But these cyber legs were the legs of a grown adult. It was a cruel trick by one of the local gangs. They employed him as a lookout/distraction, on the promise of they were going to fix him up with new legs. The legs were, while they did pay him, the legs were massively outsized for him, and they found it hilarious. So he was essentially walking around between 2 adult-sized legs either side of him, and then strapped in a harness between the 2 legs as they walked along, assisting himself with crutches. So he was understandably a little bitter about the world and a little untrusting of people, because the one time that he thought he'd got a break, he was screwed over yet again. But since then, I believe Plague has taken little Timmy under his wing and has managed to secure some actual properly sized prosthetics which have been fitted. So now Timmy is walking around on real legs like a real boy.
So not to
Yeah,
interrupt
yeah.
you, Panda, but just real quick. So we have a vote going on in chat right now for Sally's Alley or Mustang Sally's. And if you type in chat, 1 for Sally's Alley or 2 for Mustang Sally. If you guys go ahead and cast your vote, and if that's appropriate for Panda, but you're doing stuff, so I just
That's
took the liberty.
absolutely fine. Thank you for pointing it out. It has been done to the lots of chat.
But yeah, Black Plague's basically given little Timmy legs. He's got the leg compartment so he could have his little sword or gun posted in both sides of his legs if he really needs to.
What did we get for those brain dance chips that we gave Timmy? Did he ever come back with some money for us?
That's the reason why Black Plague's like, yeah, we need to annihilate those fuckers.
Right. Didn't we give Timmy the chips to sell for us?
Plague, would you like me to go over the info?
Go for it.
Discussed? Yeah. Okay. So Timmy, once he'd been fitted with his prosthetics, went back out selling and went through to catalogue the materials that he'd been handed over in order to work out what he could sell them for and make some money back for you guys, who he's very, very grateful to. Now, a lot of those chips, maybe over half of the chips that he was handed were actually, that turned out to just be blank media that were ready to be recorded on. Some of them are the Highlander's sort of normal fare, and he's sure that he can sell those for a reasonable price to some of the less salubrious purchasers in South Night City. However, 3 of the chips in particular stood out because they were twisted even beyond the Highlander's usual degree. They all seem to be, once they're compared side by side, it seems that they're all recorded from the point of view of the same individual. And this individual is, now I'm not going to go into ultimate details. I will let your brain do the work, but be warned, it's not nice. This individual was essentially breaking into houses or apartments, securing the parents in the building, and then forcing them to be present while they did what they were doing, and then eventually killed the children in the family. Then killed the parents as well, for good measure. Recording the entire thing from first-person view for the enjoyment of the most depraved individuals in society.
So what you're saying is, you know who needs to die this week.
I know who might need to die if we want to do a annihilation. But the actual person, I don't know.
Yeah, there are enough clues and things like, when you see arms come into shot, and there are certain bad tribal tattoos on their arms which identify that it's the same person in each of these similar scenes. So you could, if you wished to look into it, you could look through the videos. They're an option. You could look into people who might be buying this sort of thing, you could look into seeing if any of the surviving Highlanders might know anything. All of those are options.
I don't like to deal with anything that involves children, so that's my niche of I want to kill them.
Well, that we can put that as an aside for later, I suppose. If as long as somebody knows what the tattoos look like.
Yeah, you can be provided details without having to review these materials yourself.
Cool.
Timmy will, provide stills.
Oh yes, and little Timmy's now my assistant.
So we get any cash or what? I'll look over at Black Plague.
Yeah, I would have at least gave at least a good half of the money to Locke. So it's like I can't remember how much was it again.
Well, so far, Timmy has netted 1,500 from selling the less disturbing materials. They're still not good, but selling the less objectionable ones. But there are still more to go.
So 750 then?
Yeah, because the other 750 is basically going into fixing Timmy's legs, as I'm putting more money into fixing him up. So
Yeah, I mean, you're the one that said they wanted to do that, so.
yeah, I know. I was gonna set him up good. I keep to my promises.
Yeah, it was fine. I never, not to say I disagree with it or anything, but you're the one that volunteered to give him a new set of legs. So, but if I,
Just
obviously
adding
I
the
can,
extra stuff into it, that's a total different thing of my little choice there.
yeah, and if I can help you, build anything or any of that kind of stuff to save you, I'm happy to help with that. So I don't know if there's anything, Panda, we can do offline or whatever to make rolls or something to reduce the cost for Plague, then I'm happy to fabricate or do whatever to do what we need for that. Free of charge, of course. All right, so it's Cyberpunk Uncensored had the break. We had a tie for the name of the club or the bar, and Cyberpunk Uncensored was the tiebreaker. He voted number 1 for Sally's Alley. So, and you are muted. Looks like, Panda. People are saying.
Yeah,
Oh,
very nice. So yeah, we have a decision. So Sally's Alley it is.
Hey, I'm good to go to Sally's Alley.
Yeah, that's a cool
I'm
name.
sure
Like
you would be. I did have a picture for something. I'm just trying to work out how to. I clicked show to players. I think maybe if you guys go into your journal, I think you should be able to bring that up.
our journal.
Yeah, in Roll20, the third tab is the journal.
All right, let's check that.
And forgive me if it's not there. But
I don't see anything.
I just see my character, so I see.
right. Apologies then.
Only the character.
I'll have to work out another way to show it to you. Let's see. I'll do that in a minute, rather than making you guys wait around while I mess with technology.
So just add a game for you guys. The thread or whatever for the sergeant or whatever isn't anything that we have to follow now. It's just relaying information over. I don't know how Panda wants to do it either. But I just wanted to share that with you. So I'm not saying we got to do it now or anything. but it's available
Okay.
whenever we decide we want to look into it a little bit more. And if we don't, then I'll look into it a little bit on my own or something with Panda at some point. But
Oh,
it's just an
don't
option
worry.
for us to do.
Since you mentioned that to Black Plague, he would basically be like, okay, I will totally do his own little thing on the side of helping you out on it.
Yeah, or maybe we can all work on it together. I mean, it's just, whatever we need to do. I just didn't want to. It doesn't have to be what we do today or whatever. I don't know what Panda had planned. So, but it's there for whenever it happens to come to fruition. So
This is player led. This is for those who aren't familiar yet. The way I like to run my games, I don't want anyone to feel like they're being railroaded into something. So I will give. Everyone has by this point got various things going on with their own character, and I will leave it down to players. If people want me to make a choice and put it in front of them, I'll absolutely do that. But players always have the option of, hey, I want to do my thing. And it's down to them to judge what is most important to them, whether they want the payday, whether they want their own, to advance their own personal story, whatever it is, that's player choice, because I'm a dick like that and I like to be lazy and leave it in their hands.
Well, at least you're honest about it.
Hey, if I'm being honest, it's far more work because you have no idea how many maps are on here and how many encounters are already set up in case you go down any of the routes that I can think of, and you still end up going to places that I didn't make a contingency for.
Oh, like
I find it much more fun. Exactly. But
So
I
this
find
is-
it far more fun that way to leave it down to you guys to what kind of game you want to have.
the other thing that's worth mentioning too about she gave me a description of that cyber cafe, and apparently there's a loading bay that they would use to go in and out of, and they had an old school elevator, the type that you would go into and you like pull the chains and it would lower and raise, and at the bottom there is a floor of highly advanced technical equipment, which would be worth quite a bit. I wouldn't mind getting my hands on myself too, to kind of have to use for whatever else that we need to do as a team. Maybe take what we need and then sell the rest. Yeah, dumbwaiter. But a large one that can fit, obviously, a 9-foot tall killer machine robot thing. So, and to load all that equipment in and out. So, I mean, we could, if we wanted to hit it hard and fast, we could bring up some kind of a truck or something like that, some kind of vehicle, hit it, load all the stuff in and get out. But, it's a possibility. But it might be interesting to learn more about that cafe too. But it's obviously some kind of black site.
Normally, I'm an Eddie chaser, but I'm kind of agreeing with the solo on this one. That's some seriously fucked up shit, Plague, and I just won't be comfortable knowing that we don't do some shit about it.
Well, I was talking about. Are you talking about the AI, or are you talking about the brain dance stuff that's going on?
Talking about the brain dance stuff.
Yeah, so I was talking about the AI. So but yeah, the brain dance for sure. I mean, I don't particularly take an interest in that either way. But if it's something you guys want to look into, I'm happy to assist, of course. So
If it's brain dance to basically be intelligent stuff, sure, but something like that, I don't care for it.
There's a
What
certain
it's
line
worth
you don't
just
cross in Night City, and that's one of them.
well, we could look into that then. I mean, unless anybody else has some pressing matters to pursue at the moment. I don't know if I haven't heard from our landlady if she's got any work for us or not.
I forget, is that image of Sally or Miss Pond?
Well, I didn't want to interrupt your guys' discussions there, but yeah, that is. I've just dragged it onto the map. because for some reason the show to players button in Roll20 wasn't working. So that is Sally, who runs the bar. Yeah. May
She
want to be
was not
careful how
related
you.
to Miss Han.
Yeah, I
Damn.
mean, I think we would probably find ourselves like a quiet area that's not at the bar to have that discussion. But I don't know, like that booth in the back, maybe.
Yeah,
Uh,
if you want it, then as long as it's not booked, that private room off to the top right is always, that's always open to you guys.
yeah.
But yeah, that is that picture that I've dragged onto the map is Sally. But yes, bear in mind she is Mrs. Han's niece, and she may be a protected relative.
No, it's totally understandable. Let's not forget, Black Plague has people who are like that.
And as to the question that you put in Twitch chat, Locke, yeah, it was 1,200 was your regular pay for last time around.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks.
It should also be noted, just something to throw in the balance there, not wanting to affect your decisions or not. But time is running down. You now have approximately 2 weeks to the night market, which Mrs. Han allowed you access to as part of your deal for your actions on your first run out. So if you want to build up cash for that, then it won't be the last night market ever.
That's a
Yeah,
good
could I
point.
actually do my role of medical stuff, because I totally forgot that since it's been a while, I would have actually at least stocked myself up with those stuff.
Yeah, you can feel free to. You've got the table, so I'll let you make, let's say, 5 rolls. Is there a shelf life on those things? I don't think there is there?
I don't think so.
So let's say you can make 5 rolls. Just stick them in the Roll20, and I'll be happy with that. You found some spare time to
Okay.
stock your supplies up a bit in case you need them.
Yeah, in chat, that is one thing we do. We kind of do resupplies and stuff like that off screen just to kind of streamline the process.
Yeah, we'd always prefer to have the actual story and action going on screen, and deal with all the admin in downtime, or just do it in the background. Try and keep it a little more interesting for you.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind making some more money for this upcoming night market either. I have a shopping list, so I also wouldn't be against trying to find some more cash somewhere.
Wow, it took longer on my end to actually see.
Cool. Well, let's find something to do to make some money.
Well, you could check with our landlady, see if she's got any work that she needs done.
Cool.
And maybe we can leave the brain dance for another time, since we don't know specifically if there's going to be a payout for that or not. But I mean, it could be.
Well, that's what I was saying in the chat. Let's figure out if anyone has a bounty out for that person or for those people eventually.
I mean,
I missed the chat. Sorry.
That was just in the Discord, I think.
It was.
Yeah, if you want to look into that, I'm not going to make you go off, and that's the sort of thing that for a bounty to be any use, if there was such a thing, then you'd probably be able to find it through sort of social media and things. So
Oh, I wrote the wrong thing. Brain fart moments.
if you want to pull out your agent while you're at the bar and do a library search, then that can tell you if there's anything out there publicly.
Okay.
Look, I don't really care what we do. I like to make money, but we're addressing that brain dance shit at some point. fucked up, man.
With that library search, Locke does come across. Essentially it's a crowdfunding site where it's local to Night City, and it's kind of a community platform where people come together and agree to do things about stuff which isn't being addressed by the authorities. Citizens getting shit done for themselves because no one else cares about them. And there is mention of this. There's nothing related to brain dance in it, but the specific crimes that you're looking for, they do come up. There is a thread related to it, and there is a fundraising activity going on. So,
how much we're talking about for Eddie's here?
Huh. I'm very confused by those 2 rows of critical fails. So, does it mean that it just 15?
No, the critical fail. So that's you subtract the failure number from your base.
Oh, okay.
So that would be a 5 and a 7 that you got overall on those. So
then those 2 are out of it.
That's
so I'll only make at least 6 batches, basically.
So currently, that crowdfunding site, the bounty is up to 6,800, and it's not sort of going up constantly, but even as you're watching, another 10 eddies gets added. So it seems like it's small denominations. It's people who are in the local community who are concerned about the situation, and they're just chipping in a bit, and it's all mounting up to sizable amounts. Now, if you wanted to be really mercenary about it, you could, of course, hope that no one else finds the guy and leave it for the money to build up. That is an option.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, taking it out and then letting the bounty go up. We could just wait a couple weeks until the night market and just cash in on that right before.
True.
I mean, once he's off the street, it's not like he's doing any damage. So,
yeah. So next couple weeks, we're just gonna have to sit and think about, man, this guy's going around doing more fucked up shit. That number's going up. The higher it goes, the more fucked up shit he's done. Oh, isn't that great?
No, I'm saying we take him out now, and then we just don't tell anybody, and let that number grow on its own. Maybe we find a media to do a story on him, and then we get some notoriety, but we've already taken him out, and so then we get more people to go in for the funding on it, and then 2 weeks right before the night market, we cash in, say, hey, here's the proof he's dead or whatever, and collect on that nice little sum.
We do still have that garage. Actually, this is not a bad plan. Yeah, I was a little confused there, but that's actually not bad at all.
We do, and I'm assuming Panda 2, I have that for a while. I mean, I cashed in a favor, and if I need to start paying for it or something, but I may start using that as my black site for stuff. But
not only that, if we get this guy, I'm sure our solo here can get him to let us know about his network of people, because he is obviously not working alone. And the more we can expose of his network, the bigger we can make this thing.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah, Mrs. Han has already told you that if she needs it for something else, then she'll have to cancel it. But until further notice, you can make use of that property. It's not doing anything at the minute.
All right.
So it's no skin off her nose, and you've done plenty of things for her.
Yeah, and I'll let her know too if she needs it or something like that, and if I need to start leasing it out to keep the space, then just let me know. And
she did give us hey, these 2 sites, so we could always go to the other one if she's not using that too.
Yeah,
How
possibly.
much would Miss Han charge us to like make this place ours.
To make
Which place?
The
These-
garage or
the
locating
storage
spot.
unit cum garage that you were using.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, you mean lease it to us?
Are you looking at purchase or are you looking at renting?
I would imagine renting. I don't think any of us have the money to purchase.
Renting, although it's a significantly larger size, it's not technically like a living unit. So you're probably looking at around 2K a month. But for the moment, she's willing to forgo that because she's not got anyone else. She's not really commercially renting it. It is a bolt hole that exists for illicit activities, and she even basically drops hints that if she should need to use it temporarily for something, if it's something that can be done without moving out whatever you're doing, then she's happy for the activities to be to coincide. So, if she needs to store something there or whatever, as long as there's space made for it, she's still not going to kick you out.
Okay. How big is that place?
You're looking around about maybe 10 by 15 meters, so it's not massive. So that's like about 35 feet by about what, 50.
Still pretty big.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big space. It's pretty much about twice the size of my garage, at least. So a little bit more. Okay.
It's got those roll shut the doors so you can get vehicles in and out if you like. It'd probably be more difficult. Like it can handle. You got the van in there, but that was sort of the limit. So you're not going to be parking a truck in there or something. But you can get pretty big things in and out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that may be a goal we eventually seek to achieve, is to make some kind of place like that our own.
Yeah, I mean, this will at least get us started, and then we can always move all this stuff out into a bigger place if we need it. But I mean, it'd be a good place to be able to pull up with our vehicle for our driver and the van,
Yeah.
place to store the van and a bunch of our equipment. It's a pretty big space.
How are the
Heck,
repairs coming?
if we
on
could
that
actually
thing?
find a space to maybe put a healing tank. Forget what was those. Was it called a actual? I forget what's it actually called. Cryo tank.
Cryo equipment.
Yeah, the
Van's
cryo
fixed up.
tank. Basically, that's always a great spot to slap it in. It's like, hey, we need emergency healing. Just slap them in the cryo tank.
Yeah, we fixed up the van. I just don't know how we paid the 500 for it. I think if it was just taken out of the 1200 or so, or that we got for the last.
If it was, I would have paid in 500 just to fix it up, just because it's like, oh, we need this. Yeah.
Well,
I think there was an agreement that essentially you were going to split the cost and it would just be like 100 each.
yeah, okay. Yeah, no need for you to pay for all of that.
Oh no, because at least Black Blake could say, hey, this is my company name of Black. The Blacken Plagued Cargo Van. At least he could write off as a, hey, this is actual legit check for the actual legit business with the air
We have to
quotes.
talk to the nomad about that.
Yeah,
I don't know if he
you
wants
do
to.
know that the vehicle belongs to Salvo's nomad clan.
I know
but-
that, but it's more of the if they really wanted to try to say, "Hey, that's an illegal car." Actually, technically, it isn't. So Black Plague could pull off his bureaucrat nonsense on them. It's like, technically, you're wrong. This is actually part of my company car. Da 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 da.
So how are we gonna find this guy then? There's a bounty out for him. We know that tattoos that he wears is there a way we might be able to track down.
I can try and search like
Timmy?
in like a database or some shit, but we'd have to obviously, break into CPD or somewhere similar.
I mean, if you want to start out, Night City does have social media of its own type. Now, I'm not saying that a serial killer would necessarily have a fans page. They might do. You never know. Multiple income streams is always a smart option.
OnlyFans.
Yeah.
The only thing that I know Black Plague would go is like, I really don't want to call her, but it's at least it's a lead. It's a lead.
Well, yeah, there is public social media, so they may not be, they may not have their own accounts, but it could be a case of looking for, doing some sort of image recognition with the patterns that you have from those shoddy tattoos on their forearms. See if they pop up in anybody else's photographs and backtrace it from there. You could look into any connections you might have with the underworlds, with NCPD, whatever you guys think might be appropriate. I'm sure you all have routes to information. You could go rough up the remaining Highlanders if you wanted to find them and their terrible accents again.
With pleasure.
Well,
Right
what
now, I
about
think
Timmy
our two
too?
best leagues are either going and talking to these Highlanders and forcing some answers out of them, or trying to find a way to look this guy up. I don't know if regular social media will be enough to pull some kind of recognition data off of, but there's a chance. But we do know for a fact that those Highlanders know this guy.
Yeah,
Alright,
we also
sounds
have.
like
I
a plan.
mean,
Give me
Yeah.
at least a few minutes. I'm gonna have to do a headache of a call.
right.
Yeah,
And
so
we also
here's-
have Timmy, who may know too. He is a broker for these type of things, although he usually doesn't deal with something this fringe. But he may know a place that we can look as well.
So here's my
So-
idea: find these guys, kill all of them but one, get the information from him, and then kill him too.
For the Highlanders,
I mean, if we get into the Highlanders spot, I can, while you guys are handling the firefight, I can break into whatever systems they have and see if I can't find something on my own as well. So that's always an option too.
Sure.
yeah, we know where they're at. I mean, we've been there before.
Oh yeah.
We could probably get there in the van, but they may not be keen on seeing myself and Black Plague again.
It's okay. I can go
Hopefully
in
they
alone
don't-
at first.
Yeah, hopefully they don't see us.
They won't recognize me.
Oh, I can always make myself look different if you really want to. It's not going to be wearing the mask. They didn't see my face.
Okay, it seems like we have a consensus. We're gonna go and finish off some Highlanders.
I need to stop and buy some supplies at a store. first.
Beforehand, I'm going to give Huntress a call, just away from the guys.
You ring. Yeah, after about 3 rings, you get a. Yeah, what is it this time?
Possible bounties, just wanted to know. of serial killers, most likely Highlanders.
Wait, what?
Doing a bounty, dealing with Highlanders, and I want to know what information you got so I don't happen to cross your people, but at least leave you maybe a few body that you could put in jail if they aren't at the place.
Do I hear him saying this?
Black Plague
Entirely
did
down
go
to you,
away from you
Craig.
guys, so he could at least have this conversation.
Yeah. If you deliberately separated yourself, then anybody who wants to can try and make some sort of stealth check, or maybe if you've got enhanced audio abilities or something, then
Wait, actually,
try and listen in.
no, I don't. I don't. Sorry.
So if no one followed Plague, I'm going to say that you know how to go far enough to avoid your voice carrying back to the group.
Oh yeah, he's used to it because of work.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm getting here is you want to know if there are you're going after. There's a bounty on Highlanders. Isn't that like let's see what she knows.
Active bounties on serial killers that deal with Highlanders. That remember the thing that you asked me as a present? I'm basically gonna give you your present early.
I
Remember what
asked you
we
for a
just said?
present. Didn't I do you a favor last time we spoke?
Yes, but I'm gonna do you some more.
Phrasing.
Right. Okay. So this is one of those unspecified favors that never materializes. Got it. Okay. So
Basically.
yeah, I recognize the name Highlanders, but aren't they some shitty little poser gang?
Yeah,
South
it has to
End?
do with children. You know my peeve on that one.
Okay, you've got my interest. What is it that you're asking me for?
I'm asking you just happen to misplace some information on these people, so they happen to be bounties on them. You will be getting them, just not as straight off the bat. But you will get informed first.
Right. Okay. Give me a minute. You hear some movement, and from the sounds of it, she's at home and was in bed. Maybe she's working shifts. Might be on nights at the moment. So you hear some moving around and tapping as if she's on probably on the laptop. Comes back after about 2 minutes. Okay, there's not really much on here. I don't know what you were talking about with serial killers. They're a nasty bunch of work, and I don't know what they're into. But well, you know that a couple of them turned up dead recently, and that
Yes.
somebody may have made sure that the video evidence from the scene got misplaced because whoever killed them, whoever that may be, didn't bother to cover their tracks. And maybe someone is owed a favor because of that.
What are you talking about? We checked the video. We checked the video. It wasn't active at the time.
You guys don't know that. Black Plague does. It's like.
Well, I know that we checked the video because I wanted to try to record it or something for blackmail purposes. But the video wasn't active, and for me to turn it on or anything wasn't possible.
Yeah, Black Plague got information told otherwise. It was.
The motel itself still did have some functioning security cameras, So while what went on in the actual room wasn't captured, what was captured is people going up to the door of this room, being let in, then booking it out the back into a vehicle, and the next thing being police being summoned when dead bodies were found in there.
Well, it's a good thing we have a Netrunner now. They can take care of that shit for us. Because I
Yeah.
did apparently not a very good job
Yeah,
of doing
yeah.
that.
We didn't have the ways to get rid of that evidence, so now we do.
Yeah, no. Well, you were
He
all
doesn't know
good.
this.
Plague happened to have a friend who didn't mind getting involved and losing that particular evidence file,
Well, it's very nice of her.
since they were a bunch of scumbags anyway. But Plague does now owe a couple of favors.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, she comes back with, look, I've really not got much more info on these guys. It does look like they're still reported to be operating in the same area. Other than that, I couldn't tell you. Presumably they're under new management. Whether that's someone else has come in and taken over, or whether it's just one of them has stepped up and taken Bigby's place. Who knows?
New management's easy to deal with. Big B, they guys were idiots. I swear. You could actually put a dog in charge and he would be smarter than all of them.
Probably wasn't Bigby, but
She doesn't know that.
Well, whatever you guys are doing, if you could just, make less work for me by covering up a little better than last time, that would be good.
Yes, I will have better cleanup duty this time.
And if you want to, if you're hinting to me that that you might be in the area that things happened last time, and she's clearly trying to be sketchy and avoid saying anything deliberately incriminating, then maybe if you were to go at one of these times, and she basically sends you a bunch of staggered time slots, which are like 40 minutes between each other. It seems that basically she's giving you the times that patrols are due to go into that area. It's not common.
Basically, do it roughly around these times where no one is on the patrol, or at least if you're doing it on patrol, basically make sure you're out of the time frame of you getting caught. Got it.
Yeah, police don't go into the combat zone a lot, but they do sort of make some show of doing a pass over. It may be a flyover in an AV or something else, but these are the times that they're scheduled to be in that area and then get themselves out again. So the 40-minute window is more than enough time for you guys to do whatever you like.
Okay. It's like, thanks. I owe you another 2 big ass favors after this.
Gee, I'll look forward to definitely getting those paid back. Click.
All right,
It's like,
I need to buy some
it's like I was going to take you on a date, but you just hang up on me? Fine.
this guy's got some
So
stuff
that's
to
what
buy.
you guys hear from Plague.
So, Scrag, you have a shopping list.
I do. I need a few tear gas grenades and a few flash grenades.
Now, that might be something Mrs. Harm can provide. I believe you have your own fixer there with you, though.
I think she did have some tear gas in the first season.
Mhm.
First one.
I have one tear gas grenade and one flash bang.
But yeah, she does have it.
Okay, so I'll buy them from her. I'll just do the math, unless it's different from what's in the book.
I also have duct tape, I think.
Well, if Locke maybe wants to go in on your behalf and see if we can potentially get you a better deal on that, I believe that's your area of expertise.
Go for it, man. If that's what you want to do, go for it. I will not stop you.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you a hand and talk to her for you, and just I'll go up to Sally, I guess. And I'll just let her know that we have an errand that we need to run, and we're hoping to dip into some of the supplies that are sometimes stocked behind the bar. And I'll kind of nod over to where that panel is behind the painting.
She gives you a nod back, and the place is, despite this being a relatively nicely turned out bar, it's generally not that busy around this time. So yeah, she nods back. Oh yeah, I'm sure my aunt won't mind that. What do you have in mind? And she slides over a napkin and a pen.
Okay, so I'll write down the items that Scrag requested.
Those are for the launcher.
They were for the what, Scrag? Sorry.
For the underbarrel grenade launcher.
Oh yes,
Okay.
because I totally forgot about that.
And do you need any ammunition?
Yes, I do. Let me see how much I have left. I am so sorry, guys.
It's cool. The construction sounds are atmospheric.
I'll probably go with some incendiary ammunition if she has it.
Okay. So I'll write that down, or if she has the armor, I'll say if not armor piercing, then because I don't think she had that last time, but I don't know what she's got now. But would armor piercing work for you, Scrag? Is there another armor type or ammo type that you would?
Armor piercing or incendiary would be fun. Either one. I probably want. How big are my magazines? Probably want about 40 of either.
Okay.
Okay. This is in rifle caliber, yeah?
Yes.
Let's take a look. Locke, do you want to give me something in terms... Basically, how hard is Sally gonna look?
Yeah.
Give me persuasion, haggle, whatever you got.
Yeah.
Okay, so that gives me the likelihood. Basically, that tells me whether she's just going to casually check the stock or whether she might ring her aunt and see if they can source something for you quickly. Okay, so the grenades, they can be 2 of each, up to 2 of each.
I'll take both of each.
And the incendiary rounds. Oh, hell yeah. Incendiary rounds just so happens that they happen to have a fresh box. So, yeah, you can get all you want of those.
Great.
And they come at your, I believe you get a 10% discount. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think so.
You can
It's
get
10 or
them
15.
at that rate. You can get them at that rate immediately, no delivery time.
Okay. And
she goes into the back and she's back out within 2 minutes.
okay, I'll kind of raise my eyebrow when she brings out the incendiaries and say, "Oh, this is a nice surprise. I think you're out of these next time. I don't suppose you have any in for the SMG caliber that you stock, do you?"
Well, afraid not. We've got AR and we've got pistol rounds.
Is pistol rounds what the SMGs run off of, or is it different?
The SMGs are slightly different calibers.
Okay. I'll say I don't think I'll take the pistols. I guess I need to learn more. myself about combat before I guess I really know anything about it. But I'll just kind of give her a wink and tell her thanks, and I'll pay her, and then I'll bring the stuff over to Scrag.
Real quick, just kind of retcon this in. I probably need to fill up my ammunition stores of normal ammunition as well. I'll buy 100.
Yeah, normal ammo. As long as you're not needing like 500 rounds, then yeah, she can produce that without having to. There's no role for that.
Just
They
buying.
Oh yeah, I
100.
would have probably went over to Sally. I forgot about the shotgun ammunition because I only have enough for 2 shots. I just remembered.
Again, are you looking for basic ammo or anything special?
Probably AP.
Incendiary shotgun rounds. That's what I'm talking about. Whip out the dragon, baby.
It's a double barrel dragon. I'm tempted. It is a smart gun.
You can check yourself which rounds are available for the shotgun, and okay. Are there any particular types that you had in mind if you wanted something special before you go to basic?
Well, since Locke did suggest it, I might as well get she has the incinerate the shells. I will take that one. If not, I'll take the APs for the shotgun.
Okay. Well, the reason I asked them in order is because the first one comes up dry, so they don't have Dragon's Breath rounds, unfortunately. But they do have some AP slugs.
Hey,
as well as
I at least
regular
got the
ones if
dragon's
you want.
fangs. I'm good with that.
And again, Locke is able to work his charms on Sally and get those at the friends and family discount rate. So 10% off.
So my idea for this is if we can get some of these brain dance, these exclusive or these particularly rough brain dance chips, and then provide them to a media. Let's just say that we had found these in the combat zone, and just try to get them to drum up, some kind of a story or some kind of activity or whatever about this, and shoot the price of that bounty page up. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And Timmy might have a couple because that's how we figured out about this guy in the first place. But if we can get a whole bunch of them or something from whatever we're doing here with the Highlanders, it might help. But that's kind of my thought. And if we end up if we end up having this guy and bringing him back to the garage for whatever information you guys want to extract out of him or whatever, we'll just try to keep that in mind and see if we can get some of our hands on some of those. If we don't find any at the Highlanders.
So yeah, Black Flag's going to basically tell everyone of the whole, well, not the full conversation, but it's like how he got the information of, okay, here's the timetables of the NPCs if we do want to go and hunt these guys down, and also what did she also give me? What other things did she give me again? I forget.
Basically, just advice that yes, the gang do seem to be operating. They don't know who's running it now, and that if you're going to the same location, then you might want to either check out the cameras and do something physically, or get into the systems and cover your tracks that way, because there was evidence behind last time, and there's no guarantee she can do the same trick for you again.
Yeah, once is enough.
I may need one more thing. I didn't think about this.
Go for it.
I'm trying to find it first. Need some sort of a gas mask.
Oh, that's a good point.
Gas masks are they're not even. I think they're somewhere in the
They're
region of like
everyday
20,
thing,
30
I
eddies. Yeah,
They're 20 eddies specifically.
yeah.
Okay.
Because they're so, air quality is such a problem in the time of the red. Yeah, that's something you can pick up from. You don't even need to go to the shop. You can go a little bit down the street, and there's a vending machine which sells various basic supplies and gas masks.
Hell, if you really need to, I could lend you mine.
That's okay.
If there's tear gas potentially going to be in use, you might all want one of those.
Yeah, I was gonna let you guys know everyone should have one of those.
What is nasal? I have nasal filters. What are those?
Oh, yeah, you're golden.
But it
Think.
doesn't protect your eyes though, and tear gas does attack
Yeah,
your eyes.
that would work for atmospheric stuff, not for tear gas.
Okay.
But again, it's 20 eddies. You can literally go to there's a big ass vending machine down the street which sells sort of various things. Your disposable cell phones. It even sells your what are referred to as like one-shot pistols. So your little basic light pistol, which is low quality, but you're intended to use it once and then throw it away.
Use it once, then beat people in the head with it. Got it.
Okay, I think that's it for my shopping spree. Sorry to hold you guys up. I'm ready
No
to
worries,
go kill
man.
some people.
Oh, no worries. It's
Gotta
best
get
that we actually,
Gotta get geared up.
yeah.
It sounds
Especially
like
since
everyone,
my night market list is interesting.
well, it sounds like everyone has ideas of what they might want to look into. So what I might suggest is if we want to take a quick 5-minute break, because I believe we have Salvo's been with us for a bit and is waiting to come in, but I didn't want to mess up the screen uh, by him joining the video call. So if we want to take a 5-minute break, and everyone can consider how they might want to go about their specific things as well while we grab a drink, grab a bio break or whatever, and come back in a few minutes and get the show on the road. That sound good?
Sounds good.
That's happy with me.
I'm hoping Rob is with us and we'll put the stream on pause. If not, we will be back with you guys shortly anyway. Thank you very much for sticking with us, and the action is coming up.
Damn, I stepped out to grab a drink, and then I see that's when we're taking a break. So I was a little delayed on that 5-minute break. Be right back placeholder. It's there now. Everyone can relax. All right. Yeah, I got the. You hear me, Panda?
Yeah, no worries, man. You literally came back like 10 seconds after, so don't worry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had no idea. I walked in and nobody was there, so I was like, oh shit. I guess I should put this up.
It's okay. It was just it seemed like everyone sort of had ideas, and we're at kind of a midpoint, so it made sense to take the break, let everyone get a drink, maybe do a couple of rolls behind the scenes if people want before we get started, and if we get a chance, I believe Sabo is with us now, so get him in.
Oh, what's up with?
Yeah, so Sabo should be coming in any second.
Yeah, the only problem is if he comes in now, um, that might completely mess up the template.
Is it not going to be long enough to adjust the template? If not, that's fine. We can
Well,
stick to
yeah, well, the thing is if I go adjust it, it'll be on screen. You know what I mean? Like whatever is showing up on my OBS is being streamed right now.
If I go adjust it, it'll be on.
Damn.
Whatever is showing up on my OBS is being.
Right. Okay. It seems like he may have. I was going to ask him if he minded dropping out and sticking to text for today.
Yeah, maybe just have him jump in Roll20 and just at least use the chat. That way everyone can see what he's chatting in the live stream, and then you can just verbalize it.
All right, I am back.
What character sheets did you assign to this on Roll20?
I think they're certainly not the newest versions.
Yeah.
So
You guys might appreciate these whiskey stones.
Very nice.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that is nice.
Yeah, they're like little. I got it as a secret. This is Woodford Reserve rye. I don't typically like rye, but this is actually quite nice.
I'm back.
Not really a drink, but I usually like scotch when I do.
Scotch, yeah, I definitely am.
I'm a fan of Lafroig's. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but pretty decent.
Yeah, scotch is usually too peaty for me, but I'm trying to, especially with cigars, I'm trying to get into a little bit more scotch for pairings and stuff, but haven't quite ventured in yet. But I guess
it's rough. It's definitely rough.
Hmm.
It's an acquired taste for sure.
About Monkey Shoulder? Have you had that one or something? It's like Monkey Shoulder or something, Monkey Pod.
I have not, but I'll have to look into it. It's like to expand my horizons.
Yeah, Rob, if you want to take a look, I've assigned one of the now defunct character sheets from the original sign-ups to you in the journal, so you can see it. It is one that was being used a while back. I've not switched over to a more up-to-date version, just simply out of not wanting to make everybody redo it.
Yeah, I think the best way, like I'm in the process of getting. See, yours isn't even the one I'm using. I'm using an older one, but I think I'm using a newer, older one, if that makes sense. but there's a completely new red one that's looks just like the one that came out in the book. I think there's a couple of them, but if you want to make that transition, the best thing is just set up a new Roll20 game and then add all your players, and then that way they can open the old character sheet and just copy and paste into the new one or whatever. Because if you add if you change to the new character sheet in your current Roll20 game, it'll
just wipe everything. Yeah.
Yeah, and then nobody will know
Oh, no.
what they had written down. You know what I
That
mean?
would be good.
Yeah, that might be what I have to do. Just
Yeah, I'm getting
open
ready
the
to do
campaign.
that same thing. I'm gonna do that with my ongoing and my monthly, my one shot or whatever. I'm gonna make 2 completely new Roll20 games to add them to.
Even though, yes, I did originally wrote down everything inside my notebook of all my stats, then I had to change it, and then I did it on the computer of Notepad. So I had to find both of them because both are like there's confliction in some one in the notebook where the Notepad actually has more updates. So it's like, okay, I need to make sure I have both of these so I can figure out which and what,
Yeah.
and not adding in any upgrades because I did do those for the IPs.
All right, cool. Is everybody back?
I'm back.
That's
If you're not
everyone.
here,
It looks
tell
like
us.
it.
I'm back.
It's just Jedi, right?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, then we're good. Let's do it.
Cool.
All right, you're back. Everyone can see you.
Hey, welcome back, people. Thank you for bearing with us through that quick break where we made sure we didn't dehydrate, or did some dehydration, whatever it was. Yeah.
Carbing up. Just totally carbing up here.
Absolutely, poison of choice. We've done there were some ideas about routes we might take to find information about this horrific killer. And now it's a matter of implementing that. So, it's worth mentioning we do now have Salvo is with us, just for the sake of mechanics. He's just going to stick with us in the Roll20 and in your Twitch chat. So he is here. He is controlling his character. If we try and add him in midway, then it'll mess up your view and it'll be weird. So who wants to kick off? Who's looking for what first?
Well, I think Jedi would probably just be searching what he can on social media just in the meantime, just because that's something that doesn't require they
Cool.
go anywhere, do anything.
Good, man. Start us off. Are you doing a library search? Are you doing something else?
I would say he would probably be doing a library search, yeah.
Roll them bones.
I would say Black Plague would just give up little Timmy a call to ask him about more information if that gang's
That's
still there.
19.
Yep, you can be doing that simultaneously. So, a 19, that actually, let's see how well this guy's cut his tracks. You know what? You uncover a few images. Like you're not completely, you don't uncover a social media account in the name of this person, and you don't like find pictures with his arm around someone and someone, hey, this is my mate Dave who likes to do horrific things in the nighttime. But you do find a couple of sort of random, like they're all outdoors shots. So people in the street taking pictures, and the algorithm that you set up catches that same graphic pattern, the shoddy sort of like tribal / flame tattoo design, which was outdated back in the like early 2000s, and we're now sort of 40 years past that. So you do catch a couple of like pictures of him in the background, and you now have a fairly good visual of him. You can't get any facial recognition going because the guy always covers up. Although he wears what's near enough a vest, the guy is built, and wears like skin tight t-shirts with sleeves that barely exist to show off the massive arms, which show that exposed flesh shows no sign of cyberization, although you know from the videos of the brain dancers that he must have cyberized, because it's literally done from first person. It's not even like a shoulder mounted camera. It is from his view, and the view sort of flicks back and forwards, moves with his own natural eye movement. So you can't get much of his face, as he always tends to. You've got 3 different pictures, and in every one he's got a different hat, whether it's like a beanie type thing pulled down, or whether it's a baseball cap. He's always deliberately aware and obscuring his facial features in public. You do notice. Have you got anything in deduction?
I do not.
Well, give me the roll anyway. Or if you're going to share these images with... Oh, right. There we go. I was going to say if you're going to share these images with other people, maybe they can help.
That's just a 1.
But that's still pretty good. You rolled an 11 on the D10.
Damn.
So,
it's like I would have actually aided you if it's possible.
Yeah, it's... you notice that all of these 3 pictures are within maybe a 3-block radius of each other. They're not in a massively spread out area. Like, they're not all on the same street. But it's clearly, considering that you're looking citywide, this guy, and they're all within South Night City, same area that the Highlanders operate in. But he doesn't seem to be one of them. Like, he's not kitted up with the kilt and combat boots. He's actually wearing like trainers, sneakers, and sort of cargo pants type thing. But yeah, they're all within a relatively small area of each other, which is strange, given that this isn't just looking around generally. This guy's been very careful not to be caught anywhere, or is restricting himself to a very small geographical area.
I'm going to go ahead and text those 3 pictures to everyone and kind of explain my thoughts. Just be like, well, these were all taken within the same, small radius. He's obviously hanging out in Highlander territory. This is all I could find so far, though.
Worth noting, it's not necessarily Highlander territory. It's just that they operated in South Night City, and so
I got it.
So it's the same combat zone section. but the Highlanders are nowhere near big enough to be controlling an entire section of the city.
Oh, okay.
In fact, they're significantly
yeah.
smaller since a few weeks ago.
So, from that, could Black Plague do also another deduction to actually help out more, or?
You can take a look and see if there's more detail that you can pull out, because Hijack's sharing these pictures with you guys, so anybody can take a look if they think they may be able to add something to already quite good detective work.
So while they roll, if you can just help me out, I was kind of distracted when I was talking out chat. So this guy is a Highlander that is doing some fucked up stuff that we are trying to track down.
He does not appear to be a Highlander. Although he's sold these materials to the Highlanders exclusively, as far as you know. You've not seen anything from any other source, although you only found out about it when you knocked over a Highlander stash.
How often do these videos show up?
The ones that you have, there are 3 of them, and 2
So like time
were
codes.
2 were taken within the week immediately before you obtained them. So they were like 3 days apart from one another. And the 3rd one was about 3 weeks earlier, which doesn't necessarily mean that they were spread out like that. That's just what they had there.
So just by looking at the recordings, it doesn't look like he drops off like at a certain time or anything. It's a little bit random. Just whenever he happens to have them, he goes there.
It's very difficult to pick out that with only sort of 3 data points. It's not really something you can make a real guess about, I'm afraid.
At this point, I say we go and check what these Highlanders know. So I'm not sure we're gonna get much more from this.
Oh, I rather go through little Timmy over going talking to those guys, because I would like to shoot them in the face.
Well, I'll definitely go to see the Highlanders. I think that's part of the plan here. But
Yeah, no, I don't.
It may be worth calling little Timmy just to see if he knows. I mean, or we just leave little Timmy out of it, and then we just. I mean, it's very clear that Scrag wants to take these guys out, which I'm happy to support. And we, if we don't find anything out from them, we can just then call Timmy and.
You can always do both. I'm not going to make Plague reveal this because I don't see there's any way you realistically hit it. Little Timmy is now living in the building.
Yeah.
Little Timmy is currently sleeping on Plague's couch, and he's been negotiating with Mrs. Hahn to see if he can get, Little Timmy some sort of regular income, whether or not he can take a room on his own.
Okay, so Timmy is not working in the combat zone anymore.
Oh no, I made sure he's not getting killed in the gutter. Especially after giving him the leg. Yeah, I'm definitely not letting him going out there to go get killed in the gutters.
No, he was our informant, man. Like, what good is he if he's sit up on your couch not doing any work for us?
No, he could still do it if he wants to. I give him options.
Yeah, of course. Well, who's going to want to go out in the combat zone and huff around making a few bucks here and there when he's got a nice little couch and brand new legs? He softened the guy. That was our guy in the combat zone, man.
Well, this is also why the remainder of those Braindance chips that you're happy to sell haven't been sold yet, because he's not out there often enough with his contacts.
Thanks.
He'll get them
Clay.
sold in time.
I mean, good for you. You're a nice guy.
Hey! I'm giving him a slightly better life than Lax.
Yeah, well, but he was our informant in the combat zone, which we don't have anymore. So just it's great that you gave him a new life. I was wondering how you're going to keep him from getting rolled with these shiny new legs that you gave him. I was thinking we make them at least a little bit beat up so they didn't look all brand new and shiny and stuff. But I mean, it sounds like you
Oh
took
no,
care of
I
him.
made it look like him
but
actually have legit real legs.
Yeah, which is expensive. So, but I mean, good for you. You're a good guy. I'm sure little Timmy is comfortable and happy. It's a good thing. You're a good guy. It's great. It's good.
Listen to the genuine tone of that voice.
No, but it's really nice. We just don't have anyone in the combat zone to help us out. But unless little Timmy likes to still go out there and make his own money, but which is entirely possible. I don't know. Has he left at all? Did he still do his thing?
This is your call, Blake. What are you letting? Because you've sort of taken charge of Timmy. So
Yeah,
are you letting him go out and earn his living, or are you waiting for a better opportunity?
I basically gave him, hey, here's my say. You could go out and continue doing your thing, but I'm giving you here's an actual legit job if you want it. If you want to do the whole hustling on the side, that's your own business.
Yeah, it should be noted you've not actually found him a legit job, as you put it.
So yeah. I didn't mean to derail everything that we're doing, but I mean, little Timmy is, we haven't really talked about little Timmy yet, but we gave this kid brandy new, shiny, real skin cyber limbs for this kid that was rolling around the combat zone with broken up pieces of legs or whatever that he had. Which are expensive. So, I mean, if I was in the combat zone and I saw little Timmy run around with some brand new legs, if I wasn't a nice guy, I would just take him for myself. So, I mean, what does little Timmy think about it? Is he still trying to do some work out there? Is he still trying to make some more money on his own? And if that's the case, maybe we need to make sure he's got some beat up pants or something to wear, so it's not so obvious. But
he could wear the beat up pants. I didn't give him any new clothes, just let him have his own clothes. Just that I did say previously that he does have the hidden compartment for his knife and a gun if he wants in his legs that he could just pop out whenever he wants, but that's only for him if he wants to arm himself that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for little Timmy. It's great. We helped him out, but if he also is going to be selling those brain dance chips, then we need to get him to, maybe he's got someone else that we can sell and give him to. But he was an informant for us. I was expecting, and it just may not be that he's really in that position to do that anymore.
Well, little Timmy is, for the sake of argument, is currently in the building. He's upstairs, so if you guys want to ask him any questions, you can just call him down and he will come.
Okay.
That's why I was asking if I could have got him to come down to the bar.
Yeah, I'll save my conversation for offline so I don't, take up too much time here. So.
Yeah, Timmy comes down, and if you guys have any questions you want to ask him about this, then he is available to answer them. Otherwise, we can move on to the next things.
Might as well show him the images since we got him here. So I'll wave him over and say, "Hey, Timmy, some nice new legs you got there."
Oh, yes, Governor. Mr. Plague was very nice to me, and kindly got me these shiny but not so shiny new legs. But now, I can't really go to work that much because I don't want to get them stolen again.
Well, good for you, man. I'm happy for you. But maybe you might recognize this guy. I'm going to show him the pictures of the tattoos of this dude. Have you seen this guy around?
see if he has. I can't say I have. Although, let me look. He identifies, basically, Timmy, although he can't identify the person, identifies the places that the pictures were taken. Unfortunately, it's not new information to you because Hijack had already dug out the geotagging locations, so you already have that. But at least you've got confirmation there.
Okay.
Hey, confirmation is always a great thing to have.
Is there anything else I can do for you, gents, before I go out to work? Well, I'll take that as a no then. Cheerio.
All right,
See you,
later.
Timmy.
That was
Stay
awkward.
out of trouble.
You guys just didn't say anything there.
Out of character, I don't know what Black Plague would actually say at this point.
If you don't have
Well, that
anything
was
else to say to him, that's absolutely fine. Just Timmy takes it and he turns around and still quite wobbly he's getting used to walking on legs again.
Yeah, I would have
throughout.
probably gave him, like, he's going to do the therapy, air quotes.
Yeah, so at the minute he's very rocky on his feet, but makes his way out of the bar and
oh my goodness, he would know. Work. Bruce. Oh dear God. Good luck, Timmy. Good luck. With Bruce.
Okay, so who's next up?
I think we're ready, man. We got
ready to go roll some dice and blow some heads off.
Yeah, I think if we got our nomad back in action, if he's willing to pull the van out, I got some duct tape with me, and I don't know if zip ties are a thing, but I would have tried to get some zip ties or something. But
they absolutely are.
Yeah,
I got me some new lead, some bubble gum into my shotgun.
I'm gonna make sure it's an old sock from a laundry hamper. I'm gonna shove that in my pocket.
Okay, so yeah, you guys can absolutely head out if you want to go buck up some Highlanders. And Sal is good with it, so into the van you go. If you want to specify anything that you're taking with you or leaving behind, now is the time.
Oh, I'm taking all my gear that I normally would take.
I'm taking my normal gear. And then, of course, got a little pack with all my extra grenades and stuff.
Yeah, I guess I got my stuff. I don't really have anything extra to bring, so. Or not. I travel pretty light as it is. And we've got a van too, so it's not like we can't stash stuff in the van if we need. This van is very handy, Salvo. It's nice. Carry all of us in there.
Yep.
Salvo's got all his gear.
Nomads are good to have around.
And since I only got 6 out of that, which, that hurts the amount of money I use for that, but hey, it was worth it.
Right. There is no navigation called for. Sorry, Salvo, you missed this since you weren't here right at the start. Yeah, everyone is, I would assume Black Plague works his magic, and everyone is healed up and ready to go from last session. So, critical injuries, any other injuries, you're fine. There has been some time passed, and you've had to spend a lot of time lying on the sofa watching daytime TV. But apart from that, no ill effects.
The only one who had probably the worst was Black Plague. Was like, trying to do operation on my own spine.
Okay, so looking at this, you guys are pretty clear on the way to. There's no navigation required, and no absolutely crazy stuff happens to you between your building and the motel that you know the Highlanders were based out of. And to the best information you have, they are still working from. How are you going to approach the place as you get closer? What's your tactic? Are you rolling in heavy? Are you trying to sneak up?
We probably park a few blocks away.
My plan was just to walk up to the front door and shoot in a flash grenade and then a tear gas grenade and then go in and start capping people.
True. However, Black Plague would basically tell you guys, like, yeah, last time we kind of got ourselves screwed by the camera.
Yeah, so this is like it's like a motel. Like think of it like a Motel 6. And so there's a bunch of different rooms. There was one room in particular that the main guy operated out of. They had guards watching out, like on top at two different positions of the Motel 6 or whatever, to kind of watch out. And there's also prostitutes and other kind of things that kind of hang out in the area for the different rooms. So that was, and we walked in, had some kind of farce about us looking for some explicit brain dance or something like that, and then blew the guy away and ran out. Actually, he got smashed in the head with a baseball bat. So it might be a little different this time around, given that we just walked in the place and walked out, or then quickly got out. But it's not like it's relatively out in the open until you go into the individual rooms. So I don't know if how we're going to be able to it's not like everyone's going to be in one space. You can just throw in a flashbang. So
okay,
and at the same time, after the information that Black Plague got from his contacts, how bad has it been on high alert? It's a good question.
We could also have our net runner Hijack. He could go in to see a prostitute or something like that, and then maybe get the access to get close to an access point, and then disable the cameras. Send us a signal when that's done.
I like
and
this
then we
plan.
Can. I mean, you might have a little fun in the meantime. I don't know. And then the rest of us can kind of come in, guns blazing at that point. But I guess there are cameras that we got caught on last time, and I'll kind of roll my eyes and say, apparently I didn't do a good enough job of searching for those. But now that we have someone who can handle that, it might be best advised. Apparently, we showed up with some NCPD that fortunately Plague was able to take care of for us. But
yeah. It's a one-time cover my ass. I'm not going to be able to pull that trick a second time.
What do you guys think? Sound good?
Yeah, let's get in there.
All right.
Okay, so you guys have a plan of sorts. So are you stopping further away, or are you rolling up close to the place?
Probably stopped a little bit of ways. Not necessarily like far walk, but like maybe down the block.
Okay, cool. So the van is not going to be on the map.
You know what? I feel like Black Plague would actually have his skin being dark brown and purple hair this time.
Okay.
Salvo, or Scrag, do you want to? Looks like they did some upgrades to the motel.
Do I want to what?
They put in a pool.
Oh my goodness, they did.
Did you want to go with the? Did you want to go with Hijack I don't know. Maybe you like to watch. I don't know. Just in case you guys run into some shit, he's got somebody there, and then we can roll in and provide backup
Sure.
when you guys are ready.
And then it can get an eye on maybe figuring out what room they're in, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, whatever you can do, man. I got a disposable cell phone, and we have earpieces too. Maybe conveniently, I happen to have the ones from the from Malin or whatever.
I kept the ones that
give this
Malin
back.
gave us because
Yeah, I have
unless
mine
she
too,
told
but-
us otherwise,
Yeah.
I'm keeping it.
Yeah, she didn't bother to. They were not the first thing on her mind, so she was not bothered about recovering those from me. And yeah, this is. I realise this is a slightly different map. It was just a better scale for getting all of you on rather than a two-person mission.
They've done some quick
roughly the
renovations.
same.
Oh, good man.
Yeah, it's roughly the same layout. That pool does not actually contain any water. Well, there's probably some shitty rust brown stuff at the bottom of it, but it's nothing you'd want to swim in.
Oh no, we would totally want people to swim in it. It just happens to be the Highlanders, not us.
So yeah, this is as you guys approach, you're aware of the layout already, so there's no point disguising that from you.
I have a question for you, Panda.
Go on.
Using a personal groom kit, does it actually add bonus on personal grooming or no?
I would say if you don't have one, then it adds a negative.
Okay, it's good because I actually do have it.
Yeah.
All right.
So this is the rough layout. Do you have it? You can approach from pretty much any direction. So is there a preferred route you would take? The two of you who've been here before do know that it was sort of down here. In the bottom left corner, that's previously where the former boss and his henchmen sort of presided over the place from. Whether that's where the current boss occupied,
Right. And it was also a pretty nice apartment too, so I wouldn't be surprised if they reuse it because this place looks like a shithole, but that place was actually pretty nice.
Yeah,
Yep.
most of the place is pretty crappy and run down, but they've been here for a while, and some of the funds that they've been making have been used to renovate that room or couple of rooms.
Hopefully somebody better tenants inside that room than shithead.
What's the front office like? Are these assholes all holed up in there, or is it actually
It's new
Somewhat.
construction from the remodeling team. I'm not really sure.
No one's been in there yet.
I see. I'm gonna go check it out then. Solo, you wanna come with me?
Sure. Wherever we're going, I don't know.
So I'm hoping you can see a couple of tokens that are visible on the map.
Yeah, everything's kind of off scale though.
Yeah, the scaling it's just for rough positioning. We're not too. It doesn't need to be too precise at the minute. This was just basically a map I could get you all on.
Yep.
So I'm gonna approach this way. Just kind of like look at this guy as he's approaching and be like, hey, boss, how's it going?
All right. What do you want?
A good time.
Fuck do I look like?
Well, I don't fucking know. This is the front door, right? Maybe a doorman.
Guy is for the visual.
From before.
This guy is he's bare chested, wearing a kilt combat boots, and
Is he the big
does.
nugs dude?
He does, as it happens. It's very noticeable. There are some really shiny, chromed out, massive, big nooks on either hand.
Poor guy.
Oh, that guy again.
Yeah, you want that? Just fucking go see the horse.
Well, are you gonna fucking point a direction out or something, buddy? Like you're not really facilitating this process here.
Do I look like a tour guide shitbag?
Well, is this money not going back to your group's pockets? I mean, should I fucking let the boss know that, customers are getting treated like this?
What are you talking about, customers? Horse have nothing to do with us.
Oh, okay. Well, shit, dude. I didn't know. My bad. My bad. What's going on there? With that, you guys doing some construction?
Suppose I'll go through the front door because I'm like bored of this conversation.
Yeah, I'm trying to distract as much as I can so that Hayal can sneak around.
Yeah, you can see sort of this corner of the map, sort of the top left rooms. There is, now that you're within the area, even from a distance, you can see there are various individuals hanging around in very, very minimal clothing, male, female, and indeterminate. So it seems to be, it's like the property is divided up into areas. It's like you have your business over here, and we'll have ours over there, and we don't mix.
I slightly feel like Black Plague would go where the prostitutes is because it's less
I don't think you're there, man.
caught by the cameras.
We're in the van, dude.
I know. It's like I'm tempted, but I'm not going there.
Yeah. So, what should I roll to try to be distracting this guy with this conversation so Hayal can go do some investigation?
I believe it's conversation is skill.
Yes, it is.
Roll away.
Conversation or persuasion, I think would work.
I'm not trying to persuade him of everything. I'm just trying to distract him with some banter.
Let's see. You're a reasonable conversationalist, and this guy isn't exactly a genius. He's quite happily just ribbing you, and he's moved on to making jokes about how you can't fucking get a woman, so you have to come and pay for some Joy Boys, eh?
Hey, man, look, I spend a lot of time in the fucking net, brother.
Yeah, fucking shows, done it.
Yeah, well, look.
So you
your
can
skinny
scan for
arms
access
and massive
points.
wrists over there.
I'm not a fucking knuckle dragger like you, big guy. So yeah, need to be.
What
speed
you fucking
typer.
say, son? What you fucking say? And
Hey.
he's now, he was leant against the wall, and now he's bristling. It's like not that he wasn't instigating this in any way, but he's clearly ready for a fight.
Do I notice this as I'm like wandering around over to the front door?
You may do. This is sort of as you're going in. Let me see about just opening that up so you can.
That part
see
is. Are we listening on this whole conversation in the van?
Yeah, we got the radio.
Oh yeah.
The earpieces.
I'll say any luck with those access points?
None yet. He's indisposed.
Yeah, no.
But you're talking to this guy. You shouldn't talk to them on the radio.
Oh no, he doesn't care. He just says that out loud. He doesn't think this guy's gonna, even if he says something, he doesn't care.
Okay, roll 20 doesn't seem to want to reveal this area.
Are you on the wrong layer, maybe?
Quite possibly.
Black Plague's gonna say, I should probably go out just in case shit hits the fan a little bit too quickly.
I'm gonna say we haven't got the signal yet, but
Right. Well,
Just by the conversation of that guy, I think he's probably gonna start shit.
we got the solo there.
Yeah, and Panda, just so you know, sometimes that fog of war on roll 20 can be kind of annoying. The workaround with that I found is if you put conceal first and then back to reveal, then it tends to work. Sometimes it just glitches out. There, now it seems to work. All right, cool.
yeah, I think it was me being dim, and the suggestion was correct that I was on the wrong level. So it was showing me the fog, but wasn't showing me that I was not on the level with the fog.
Well, I was trying to blame roll 20, but fuck it, it's all you.
Yeah. I'm quite happy to own up to being thick as big shit. It's fine. So yeah, that's what Heil, you do see. You come into this initial area, sort of basically a waiting area. A little. It does look like some kind of maybe a diner or something. There's a bunch of vending machines, and there's a front desk there.
All right, I'd like to
But
check
there's,
out the
there's
area.
no one occupying it.
I'm gonna act like I'm looking for a clerk. Like, hey, what's going on? I'm gonna look in the next room. Like, just a guy back there.
Yeah. Yep. As you come round to this last area, there is one person in there with you.
Be like, hey, buddy, you know where there's a clerk to rent a room?
He takes a look around and, oh yeah, rent a room. Just you, yeah?
Yeah, and maybe a guest.
Right, you're talking about one of them filthy whores. They've got their own room.
Maybe a little bit higher class than that.
Oh, not fucking good enough for you, this place, is it?
Not necessarily. Does he have anything
Right.
on him?
Well, who knows? Who knows? I mean, the axe that's strapped across his back may just be for show.
Oh, it's Axe Boy.
It looks like a full-on, like, it's not even some sort of modern version. It's like a costume piece. And so it looks full-on medieval, like wooden handle that's probably not wooden. It's probably like stylized carbon fiber or something. Big bearded head on it. You probably don't want to be on the wrong end of it, whether it's actually really made for combat or not.
But it's still at his belt, right?
It's strapped across his back with the blade like hanging over his shoulder. So he's not threatening you. He's just being a bit of an arsehole.
Oh, okay. What was the last thing you said? Sorry, I forgot.
He was saying you're not good enough for you or something like that.
Yeah. So his next thing was he's going to get it. All right. Well, if this place isn't good enough for you, then maybe you can't afford the 100 eddies a night.
Oh, just 100 eddies?
Plus taxes. Yeah. So that paperwork and administration fees.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Any chance you might tell me where your boss is?
He's probably counting the last 250 eddies a night that someone paid us.
Oh, I see. And where exactly would that be?
What's it to you? You want to raise a fucking complaint?
Not necessarily.
In the meantime, outside, Jack, you were getting quite confrontational with this guy. Are you going to try and calm things down, or what's your tactic?
So I think he would keep ribbing him a little bit, but then in that vein, he'd be like, "All right, buddy, look, want to do some drugs? Calm down, maybe."
You do drugs to fucking calm down?
I mean, no, but yes. It
No, but yes.
I
depends
love
on your
this.
definition, brother.
Fuck's the
Well,
point in that?
well, there's all sorts of different kinds.
I know.
I mean,
And
it didn't seem like
he
it. It
reaches
sounds like you're
into
thinking there's only one way to go here.
he reaches into. I hope you're familiar with what a sporran is. The like pouch thing that hangs at the front of a kilt, right over the delicate area. Reaches in there and pulls out just a mixed handful of different pills, capsules, a couple of little chemical vials of something. It's just like there must be 15, 20 different items in his hand, and no two are the same.
Jesus, buddy. Okay, I get it. You're
Hey, this
like
is
you
what we
should.
call Highland Trail Mix.
That's a nice fanny pack, I must say.
Fucking best thing for you. What? What you fucking say?
It's a good thing Blacklick's not there.
The little pouch you got, your little haversack, whatever it is, codpiece. I don't know.
You can see the veins starting to bulge in his forehead and neck. His breathing just. You better watch your fucking mouth, Sonny.
All right.
Not a happy boy. Hyle, were those just test rolls, or are you
No, I punched the shit out of him twice with martial arts. My Aikido.
Right. Okay, cool.
I clock him up real
Well
good.
played.
You just got to see if he can beat those rolls or not.
Well, let's see what happens. So you decide conversation is just not getting anywhere with this guy, and you swing out at him. And okay, your first one is wide, strangely enough, because the guy's not prepared, but he just manages to. It's almost accidental. He just staggers backwards out of the way, out of shock. Your second one, however, connects. So, doing some damage.
Hold on, that's plus something, or no? That's just it. I think that's it.
Yep.
What type of martial arts are you using?
Aikido. Huh?
Ooh, beautiful.
Yeah. So that is not happy to say the least. So that lands a pretty solid blow on him. He's not wearing anything that could be really considered armor. However, you do notice that as your first blow sails past him, and then you catch him on the backswing and slam his face into the wall of the corridor that you're currently conversing in. And as his face crunches into the wall, you notice that there's some extra resistance in there, as if maybe you're assuming he's got some sort of implanted armor. It doesn't by any means take all of the blow, but he takes a little less damage than you might expect.
All right. So as I smash his face into the wall, I'm like, "You sure you don't want to tell me exactly where your boss is?"
Fuck you, Jimmy! And he reaches behind him for his axe. And there's no point going into initiative. It's just one after the other.
Mm-hmm.
So reaches behind him for his axe, and that's pretty much all he can do in the time it takes you to. Your fists are much quicker than him getting that massive thing off his back. So he pulls it out and he's standing ready.
Okay.
But
then it's my go.
Have another go for him.
Does that hit him?
You know what? I think it might do. Oh, I was right. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Give me 1
Please
second.
tell me you smack that axe out of his reach of disarmament of like, no.
So that's 5.
Ooh.
And then for my second rate of fire attack, I'll do martial arts.
Nice. Look at these rolls, man. Way to go, man.
Ooh, beautiful.
Yeah, unfortunately, he just gets out of the way of that one. So the first one, it does still do a little bit of damage because remember your martial arts attacks do halve SP, and it's not serious implanted armor that he's got.
Well, the first one was brawling because I have something called Aikido disarming combination where I have to do a brawling
nice.
and
Right.
then then I can take his weapon.
Okay, if the first one was a brawling attack, then it just fails to you connect with him, but you feel the the impact is absorbed by his skin.
Okay, then that's my turn.
Cool. Give me. It's going to be difficult, but Jack, if you do want to give me a perception check, there's a possibility you could hear this from outside, but they're a fair way away. There's walls and closed doors between you, and he's not exactly, there's no gunfire at this point. This is play fighting. Quite deadly, but play fighting.
So I rolled a 12.
Yeah, neither you and Mr. Knuckles out there are completely oblivious to this. What's going on inside the building?
Perfect. As long as he's distracted, this is good.
Yeah. So he swings.
Yep, you gotta love tag.
Swings his big ass rusty axe at me. So that's an 18.
All right. So what kind of attack is that?
It's a melee attack.
And that's versus my dex plus reflex, or what is it? Hold on.
It's evasion.
Yeah, I want to know how to do
It's
this
just
too.
my evasion
Eventually.
skill.
I'll have to figure this out.
Yeah, so evasion, which goes off its dex. So you need reflex for evasion only when you're trying to dodge bullets.
I just rolled my evasion skill.
Yeah.
Dex plus evasion plus D10.
Yeah.
So it's a skill, okay.
Yep, which is
evasion-
21. You beat
Evasion
him.
is a skill. Yeah, so he swings this big ass axe at you, and you just duck straight under it, like a straight up boxing move. Just dodge, weave, and it slams straight across into the wall, and he yanks it out. But that's all he's got in him. This thing is too slow for him to be making another swing for you.
Okay. I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
try to brawl attack him, which I get an extra D10 on that one as well.
Ooh, beautiful. So that's 24 plus
1.
25.
This could go either way because he's current. Oh, he also rolled a critical but got a 23. So you both fluffed your criticals. Nice.
I think that's what the damage is for that. Let me double check. I don't.
What's your body?
Yeah, your brawl will still be this. Your brawl and martial
Same
arts
as
is the
martial
same,
arts.
just based on
Okay.
your body.
Well, then I'm gonna roll him out with a martial arts attack as well.
So are you brawling because that's what your martial arts skill dictates is to brawl?
Yeah. So in order to take his axe from him, I have to do brawling and then martial arts, and then I
okay.
have to roll on the Aikido disarming combination. I have to successfully roll on that as well.
Just like with me, I have brawling, martial arts, Aikido, but it's for the grappling.
Yeah, mine I think is like martial arts and then like melee attack or something. But
Yeah, all of the different ones have different requirements. It's martial arts are very, very powerful, but also you have a lot of skills in them if you want variation there. So yeah,
Did I hit?
You hit this guy. He so nearly got out of the way of your last attack, and then he just steps into this. Fucking hell, man! But keep hitting him, and then just the damage roll screws you. That does damage him
Nice.
slightly.
Okay. So I take his axe, and it's in my left hand.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Very good. So he is not less pleased at this. What are you doing, you wee fucking jobber? Swings his fist at you. That's all he's got without his big axe. First one, I don't think you even make me a defense roll, but I don't think you need to.
Let me find it.
21, yeah.
21.
Yeah, you're good. His came out with a 3 after the critical fail.
Okay.
So he swings at you almost like he's as drunk as he seems to be. And the second one, give me another.
Nice.
Yeah, he swings a second time, and you're just dancing around him. You're making him look like a dickhead. If anything, it's probably best his friends don't see him die like this because they'd be embarrassed.
I think his friends would kill him first, just from he's embarrassing himself.
Right. Go ahead, man. You now have
All right.
his weapon, and you can continue to hold that in one hand. You don't have to wield it if you want, so you can stick to your brawl attacks or your martial arts if you like.
Yeah, so I kind of just got it like in my left hand, but not really like swinging it. And I'll just kind of do like an inward step. Oh, Jesus.
Oh wow.
I'll just do like an inward step and a punch at the same time with my first martial arts attack.
Okay, that's got to be something special.
Okay,
Like,
never mind.
No,
I'm just
no,
kind of
no.
role playing it up.
Oh no! I mean, his role in when he's trying to get out of the way of that, you rolled a critical on your attack, and he rolled a critical fail followed by a 10 on the failure dice. So the lowest he's in negative numbers. So go ahead and add 2d6 to your damage as he basically he's getting more and more frustrated, and he steps the wrong way, and he steps straight into your blow.
15 damage.
Ooh, this guy is so close to falling over, it's ridiculous.
Okay,
He is
and then with my
panting,
second
he's
attack.
breathing heavy.
Oh, sorry.
Second attack.
Second attack for my second martial arts attack. As I kind of like push him back, he kind of steps back, I assume, as I hit him really hard. And I'm just going to like headbutt him.
Beautiful. Headbutts are the best.
Come on, you can do it. No, you fucking can't. Right. Roll your damage. Not that I think it matters. Yeah, you scored at least 2 points of damage, which is all he had left. So you, as he's reeling around and staggering, you draw back your head and just plant your forehead right in his nose, and there is a sickening crunch, and his nose inverts, and his face collapses inwards, and he falls backwards, just straight lumberjack onto the floor.
All right. I'm going to drag him back into the room he was in, or into this room with the bed over here. And I'm going to use one of my rolls of duct tape to completely hog tie him. I don't know if you want to roll for that.
You can go for it, but as you didn't specify, I presumed that is lethal damage you're doing with martial arts.
Oh, he's dead?
So he is, unless you've got some kind of intervention plan, this guy is currently bleeding out.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'll just see what he's got on him.
Yeah. There is a big ass axe, which you already have, so you don't really have to search him for that.
I feel like I would have gave the solo at least a speed heal. I don't think you would need it, but
No, I can't administer it. I'm not a med tech.
no, I say I would give it to you to hold on to. So if you drop down, at least I could use it.
That's all right. So what?
So yeah, he has. Apart from the axe, there is 110 eddies, which it's actual currency, which is unusual. Most people still use sort of cred chips and things, but it's actual currency, which is stuffed inside. You may not want it. It's stuffed down into a filthy. He's not even got socks under those combat boots, which don't. You're not sure he even takes these things off for sleeping. So they're just sort of stuffed down the side of his leg into his by the side of his foot. But you find them. They're yours if you want them.
I mean, I'll take the eddies and just put them in my pack.
Hey, new to you boots. If you want them, comes
I don't want
along with the
those boots.
athlete's foot.
Do you want the kilt?
Say what?
Do you want the kilt?
No. No, I don't.
Comes with free
Don't
fleas.
take the kilt. Don't take the kilt. He's probably a Scotsman. That's even scarier.
Heebie-jeebies.
None of these guys are real Scotsmen.
Okay, so they're totally wearing underwear. Phew.
Oh no, they might not be wearing underwear, but they're not real Scotsmen.
So I'm gonna pull what's called a pro gamer move, and I'm gonna come out here to the front like, "Hey, dude, your friend needs help. He freaking, I don't know, like he's having an overdose or something. I'm not sure what's going on."
I was really worried because when you said a pro gamer mood, I thought you were going to teabag his corpse.
Awesome. I'm not the only one who thought that too.
Oh my god! Right, let's see if this. Yep. Yeah.
Nice.
He.
So I'll kind of lead him back in here.
Yeah. So this entire combat took like 12 seconds to resolve. So you were still, this guy, Nux guy, was in the middle of deciding whether or not he was going to lay Jack out flat on the tarmac, and he's only interrupted from this train of thought by you coming out and calling him, at which point he thinks, oh fuck, there's something wrong with my friend, and chances are with these guys it's an overdose.
Yeah, so I'll kind of wait for him to walk past me, and I'll kind of call on Jack on the radio, like, "Come, get over here."
Oh
As
yeah,
he's coming.
I immediately, I already knew it was up, so he just started walking.
And I'll wait for him to get past,
Yeah.
Do you tell the other guys anything?
and I'll come up behind him and give him the old 1-2.
Oh, I was just gonna, yeah, I think I'd pull out my knife and just give him a good shanking.
Oh Jesus!
Okay. Surprisingly, he does not see it coming.
Surprisingly.
Really? I don't think these guys ever see something coming.
Are you ready for damage? Did he dodge anything?
No. He does not. He doesn't get out of the way.
Oh!
Oh, nice. Does anyone have the critical table up? Because
I do. Hold on, I'll find it. Critical injuries to the body. Roll 2d6.
Roll away.
Okay. That's going to be a number 2 special, and that's going to be a dismembered arm. I fucking punched his arm off.
So tell me what you do, because with the 5 damage from that critical, regardless of what the effects are, that is exactly what you need to kill him anyway.
Beautiful!
This guy didn't have the same fancy subdermal armor as his friend, and you've just ambushed him from behind and in a quick combination.
Okay,
ripped his arm off.
So what I'm gonna do is, as I come up behind him, I'm gonna like elbow him in the side of the head, and as I do that, I'm grabbing his arm, and then I just jam my palm into the shoulder joint as I pull it up, and it just dislocates and comes off. And I'm like kind of surprised because I'm like, whoops. I was just trying to break his shoulder. I didn't know it was gonna kill him.
Hijack's holding his knife like, oh fuck.
Yeah, you're surprised by it, and clearly he is too.
He just falls down in a puddle of blood.
He turns as there's you grab his arm, wrench it back, and there is just a gristly, grinding, popping sound as the entire arm comes away, just twists away like you're separating a turkey leg. And he just looks at you in disbelief as he slowly crumples to the ground and goes, "My fucking arm! You're a cunt!" And then face plants the floor.
I'll just kind of toss his arm at him, and then I'll just be like, "Turn to hijack." Like, okay, well, that's that.
I'm gonna.
And then I'll kind of.
Are there any cameras? I think I'm gonna immediately after that. They're just gonna start looking, see if there's any cameras in here.
There is
access
one
points, right? Search for access points.
Yeah, you don't need to look for the camera. It's fairly, although it's relatively small, it's fairly obvious, up in the corner where you'd expect it to be. But yeah, give me that. Is it scan check?
Yeah. So seeing that camera, he knows that there's probably something in here, so he's gonna try and scan for an access point.
I'm calling on the radio. All right, y'all, start heading in. There's only 2 guards posted outside what I think is their apartments. I've taken down 2 of the guards.
How badly did you take them out?
Well, let's just say I disarmed one.
Okay.
And the other one is very dead.
Oh dear.
Okay. I'll salvage whatever of the dead one then.
What are you? You gotta be here. Just get down
Yes.
here. Take care of the other 2 guards.
Right. So while you're having this conversation, Jack, you can just, you know what? It's not that difficult, so I'm not going to make you keep re-rolling until you get it. You've got time, but there's no one around you. So the access point is in this room back here. So you can see there's like a desk and a few chairs. It's in there.
Yeah, he's gonna head in there and jack in real quick, and then he's gonna boot up his booster programs, then run a Pathfinder check.
Give me.
Oh, geez, that's an 11.
This is not hard. When this place was in operation, it was a shithole motel. Now it's the wreckage of what used to be a shithole motel. Oh fuck! I didn't realize it was critical. Never mind.
That's an 11 at the end.
Okay. Even with the -3, because that's a 6. So you get a +5 from something.
What do you? I got a plus. Oh, does the 3 not automatically
No,
subtracted?
Yeah.
Okay.
So on the last roll, on the scanner roll, you got a 4. On the Pathfinder, you got a 6. If you're gonna roll badly, dude, this is when to do it. Not when you're inside a killer robot.
Yeah.
True. Very true.
So then that was a 7.
Yeah, best to get it out while you're not in the machine.
Yeah, you've got a few seconds. You can just go for it again. I will. Yeah, there's a -2 for retrying it, but that's more than enough.
All right, so that's the 17 then. Yeah, flat.
Yeah, you can see the access point for this This is not a big architecture. It's like 3 levels. So you're on the first level. There is a password, nothing else. Next level, there's a hellhound on there, which is
your favorite.
possibly bigger than you would expect in terms of IC. And nothing else on that level. And then the third level, it's so basic. Third level is just everything. You've got files on there. You've got control points, and your control nodes. Everything is there. They've not fucked around. They've not had the money to pay for decent and inventive architecture. It's a straight shot.
All right. He's gonna try and backdoor. That's a 15. My little worm booster program helping me.
That password is your worm's bitch. Straight through.
All right, and then I'm going to head to the next floor and immediately try to slide.
Give me the slide. Actually, before I tell you whether or not that slide works,
Oh wait, it's the
as soon
initial
as you
encounter,
get
right?
to the floor, you potentially encounter the IC.
Right.
Much better than last time. Yeah, you managed to dodge this initial. It's like some ratty old, like a Rottweiler, but it's one that's not been fed in a while. And it's crazy. Like, if this was a real animal, you'd be sorry for how abused this dog was. Fortunately, it's just a program. But it makes a half-hearted lunge at you as you enter, and then you just slide straight out the other side of the floor and down to the final floor.
Oh
And
my
then
god.
I'm gonna
Timmy was
use
right.
my last action to try and control this, take control of the camera node and wait, do I have to control the camera, or can I just ID the files and manipulate the data that way?
You can do whatever you want.
Okay, I'm gonna try and
You have
ID the
files
files.
there. You have the control nodes to actually do things live. Yep. You ID the files. There are some very, very outdated customer records. It doesn't look like these guys have. This place has been non-operational for around about 15 years, and there are still records left in there from then. These guys haven't bothered to do anything with them because why would they? The only thing they've made use of is the actual camera system. So you've got that one camera out there in the foyer, and then you sort of have one camera at each of the four corners of the main courtyard. So one here, and then at the opposite corners down the center. So
Okay.
nothing inventive. You've got control of them. You can tell them to stop recording if that's what you want.
Yeah, so I'm gonna tell them to stop recording, and I'm at the bottom floor of the the top floor of the architecture, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I just, while I'm here, upload a virus to just basically crash the whole system, just start eating away all the data?
That is easy enough to do.
It's nice having a net runner.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and put a point of luck into this.
Oh, it's always great to have a net runner.
Yeah, much better than our last fumble in here.
Are you guys gonna start heading over here? I called you.
Oh
on
yeah,
the
Black
radio.
Flag was coming.
You
I
wanted
just
to?
didn't want to.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
I
guys
said
are
there's-
still incognito at the moment,
no.
but
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't know if this guy over here noticed me call his friend over for help.
You do not. You've only been in the building a few seconds. It was the work of 3 seconds for Heil to dismember the second guy. So that didn't take long, and you've only been in this net architecture, what, 6 seconds? You walked in the building, clocked it. So it's been 12 seconds total since you walked in.
yeah, once we show up, it's like, you know, all bets are off. Shit hits the fan. So
can
I mean,
you guys think it'd be a good idea to try and see if I can get the same thing to work twice? Like, dude, I think he really needs more help than just one guy. You might have to help carry him.
Black Plague's coming to check what you meant by you had a
Disarmed.
hand with it and the body, because body's it's free tech that I could take.
All right, well, let's see if you got in the door without this guy noticing you, I guess.
Oh. That is true.
So, Plague, there's no one there to advise you. So, how do you approach? Do you try and sneak up? Do you just try and look nonchalant and like you're supposed to be there? What's your plan?
Black Plague is gonna go in there if that guy is not looking whatsoever.
I mean, he's sort of leaning on the hood of that truck that's in front of him. So he's leaning against it and just checking his fingernails, checking his pistol every so often, because he's one of those people who, the sort of people who you probably think shouldn't have a gun, because when they have one, they're tempted to mess with it all the time, which is a sure sign of someone who really, really can't be trusted with it. So he's not that attentive. So if you want to sneak past, you can give it a go.
Sure, because I really don't want to interact with these guys if I can.
And while you're doing that, yeah, hijack. It looks like that is definitely not working somehow. So if you just want to manually roll,
Yeah, not a problem.
virus.
So that is an 11.
Yeah, that's plenty to get this system to do what you want to do. And if you're interested in doing it, you could also do. Once you've set that virus, there's not that much left to do in here. You could grab files if you wanted.
Yeah, he actually
before they're
has some memory
destroyed.
chips, so I think he'd pull copies of anything that looks useful.
Yeah, probably the only things that are useful are maybe there might be something in what's stored of the camera data. The actual files about the guest information and stuff, so out of date, it's pointless. But yeah, maybe there's something interesting on the cameras if you want to snag yourself a copy of that.
Sounds good.
And then it's entirely up to you. I'll give you the option because it's something that you would know in character. That you may want to do, even though you've set a virus to eat everything, you may still want to do a cloak check at the end if you think that someone is going to be bothered enough to investigate and see who was here. Because even in destroying things with that virus, that can still leave your sort of personal signature, your fingerprints over it.
Yeah.
And especially since Black Plague kind of said, hey, we have this 40-minute window, let's try to use it without leaving any.
I'd say with that, he did the
information on
opposite
it.
of cloaking. He left a little calling card.
Yeah, that's fine. You might be safe because you don't know. It's clear that the police don't care that much about what's going on here, so you never know. They might not care who did things, if they even look at all. So you've got some video records to go through later on if you like.
There you are, Stealth, finally.
Oh, thank you. I was meaning to mark those guys dead. So thank you to whoever did that for me.
Guys, I really have to utilize the facilities. Do you mind if we file real quick, or at least I just go real quick?
Yeah, that's okay, man. It's we'll deal with Black Plague's bit outside, and also whether the
Yeah, that
guys
sounds good.
are still. Yep,
Take
cool.
up on that too.
Yep, we will take a couple of minutes, take a very quick break, and we will be back.
Yep.
And we're actually getting to put some dudes up finally. So, woohoo! See you in a couple.
Pulling them apart.
Oh yeah.
It's nice having a solo.
Makes a big difference to the combat.
Always great to have a solo. Because I would not lie, Black Plague can do close combat, but he prefers not to.
Yeah, I'm glad he was there and understood that he needed to punch some dudes for me because I was not going to be able to do it. That was a good old little distraction run there, and then some crazy fucking rolls.
Yeah.
Our solo is a killer.
I know my character basically does. He'll grapple you with his cybernetic monofilament wire, and then choke you out. That's his thing.
So how'd you avoid taking out those hellhounds, man? I thought we'd see another round of you getting chomped on a little bit.
So you can actually slide past black ice, but it's a little dangerous because if you get forcibly jacked out, any of the black ice that you slid past basically gets to all hit you at once. But
So basically, if
it's
you slide past them,
if it's small architecture, you're generally safe just sliding to where you need to go. Or, even if it's big architecture, if you're feeling brazen enough, you can try to run right to the end.
So basically, if you do slide past them, they basically come and hunt you down still.
No, they're still on their floor, but if I were to be forcibly jacked out, against if somebody pulled me out, all the black ice that I had slid past, so that hellhound would have gotten to attack me as I'm being pulled out of the architecture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's a risk and reward game, and also it's quite common practice to in better built architectures to put the ice on the floors of things that you need to actually use. So you have to deal with it if you want to get to that file, that control node, or just put it on the floor with a password. So they can't slide out there.
Oh, I was planning on making me a net runner for a possible different campaign, or if Black Plague outright dies, but more of a fast and loose wise net runner.
I was looking at media, man. That was my other character was going to be media. Those would be kind of cool.
I was tempted to make a Black Plague take one rank in media, but then I realized I'd have to go 4 whole ranks before multi-classing back into.
You're already 4 ranks, though.
Tech.
Start out at 4 ranks.
But once you switch roles, like if he was to
you have
take
to
rank 1 in media, you'd have
You
to
start
then
from
go to 4.
Start 1 all the way up to
okay.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking while you were gone, Scrag, about how much ass you're kicking right now. So we're saying it's nice to have a solo this time around.
Well, I specifically built him to kick ass, like not to convince people or like any of the RP stuff. I know that's kind of like frowned upon in a lot of games, but I don't care. This is
no, it's good.
It's
Yeah,
Cyberpunk.
yeah, none of us are built to just kick ass, so it helps for sure.
My first instinct of making Black Plague was, okay, I need to make him be able to help people that is not in combat. I'll have a little bit of combat, but not that good.
Alrighty, whatever. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think Jedi,
I have to get back my internet back up because it decided to drop all of it.
Cool. I think we all ready to go then.
I believe so.
saw in the chat.
Man, this is going right through me. This whatever I'm drinking.
I do not know if my stealth went through or not because my internet thing that I was using decided to close.
Your stealth roll went through, so don't
Okay.
worry about that. Or, on the other hand, maybe do worry about it a little, because as you start walking across, then this guy who was leaning against the truck almost immediately snaps his head up, notices you, and maybe it's just the amount of people who've been coming through when normally they do not get that much in the way of visitors. They don't really do much business as an actual motel. But he clearly takes notice and starts walking across to meet you.
And I'll call up on the radio, get in here, and I'll fucking take care of it. Just get in here.
Yeah. I go and get in there.
Because I can see this guy walking across. Oops.
Yep.
I don't know how to erase that. That's my bad.
So I'm gonna
Don't
just go
worry.
run into the rooms like, yeah.
So you just suddenly start sprinting, yeah?
Yeah.
No, dear.
Okay.
You said just get in here, so it's like, okay, I'm just gonna go in.
Well, everybody is aware of what's happening, so I'm going to put as those who are partaking. If you can give me some initiative rolls.
Okie doke.
Sure, you could roll it for me because I kinda can't tell.
Yeah, sure. What's your? Do you know what your reflex for initiative? I think it is.
I
I thought there was something on the character sheet to roll there.
yeah, it is underneath the actions.
Yeah, so you go to actions, and on the right-hand side it says initiative. So my character, well, yeah, anyway.
So first thing I'm gonna do is pull out my microwave gun, give it to the solo. If he comes in, to shoot him with that.
Well,
No.
the first thing you can
You
do
gotta
is
get there
move from
first.
where you currently are. So let's give it a second. So we've got Heil. Looks like you're kicking in first.
All right, I'm holding my action for when this goofball comes through the door, and then I'm gonna, if the guy walks close enough for me to move and hit him with a couple of attacks, I will, depending on what kind of weapon he's got out, if he has one out at all.
Okay. Well, you can see from where you are. He's moving, and he's only just come into your view, so you've not really got that much of a clear view of it. But he's got some form of pistol.
Okay.
That's what he's got in hand at the minute. So, Locke.
I still don't know that anything is going on, so I'm saying that.
Cool.
I'm just ready to run out when I hear shit go down. Because I didn't try to disguise myself on this first run, so I'm under the assumption when I come out, then people might recognize me, so I'm hanging low for a minute.
The only thing Black Plague basically is like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna make myself look a little bit different by the hair color and the face, and just make myself look clean.
It might be too late. He's already got his eyes on you.
Yeah, I made myself kind of.
Yeah, he mentioned it before, make his skin brown or something, right?
Yeah.
So at this point, Plague, you responded by this to this guy clearly noticing you by you're gonna basically run for the door.
Basically, if I see him basically coming at as
He's coming
scary
towards you, and
looking,
the pistol that he was playing with is now in his hand, hand as if he's ready to use it. It's not leveled at you, but it's in his hand for a reason.
Oh, yeah, I already figured since he's a trigger happy person, I'm basically hitting to get in there.
Okay, so you're running for the door, yeah. Okay, cool.
Well, he's not making it very obvious, or correction, he's making it obvious that he wants to shoot something.
Right.
Correct? So I'm gonna do the very obvious of, oh shit, run.
Yeah. So you start to book it towards the door. He raises his pistol and takes a couple of shots in your direction.
What
do
the
you-
fuck?
Do you have reflex 8?
Hmm?
Do you have a reflex of 8 or higher?
I do not know until I have my sheet back up. But
You should be able to
probably
look
not.
at a sheet.
Yeah, I will check that for you.
You have to have like a certain base stat to dodge, though, right?
Yeah,
Or is that-
reflex 8.
To dodge bullets, yeah. Melee or brawling, you can do regardless, but you need to be reflex 8 to be quick enough to get out of the way of the bullet. So,
But I feel like I'm gonna get hit anyways.
well, although you're not quick enough to dodge, you're actually at. This is, as I said, the scale's a bit off because I wanted a map I could get you all on. So you're basically looking at like 6 feet for each one of these squares on the map. So he's at fairly long range for his pistol. So he snaps off 2 shots at you. One goes wide of the mark. The second one does land on you.
Ow.
For 12 points. I presume you're wearing armor. So that's
Oh yeah, I'm wearing the armor for sure. I always wear my armor underneath my stuff.
And it's that what, light armor jack, is it?
Yes.
Okay, so you take 1 point and your armor goes down by 1. But it definitely hurt.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely retaliate whenever he gets close enough.
Cool. Hijack, you're next. Are you doing anything combat?
No, he's probably gonna try and cloak himself a little better. He didn't feel confident about that, and
With
because he's still
cloak,
jacked in, he'd have to jack out regardless. So
I'm gonna say because cloak is like covering your tracks. It's not really something that unless you have someone like if you had 2 net runners and one could check the work of the other, then you could redo it.
okay,
But
I see.
It's like covering
It's
your
not something.
trail.
Yeah, you
So
wouldn't
it's
know
not
how
something
well
that
he did.
usually you think you've done to the best of your ability. You don't know if you've left some clue. But again, it depends how much anyone cares to look.
Okay.
So you
First
could
he's
be
gonna
absolutely
like
fine.
hop on comms and be like, "What the fuck is going on? Why the fuck is there shooting?"
Okay.
And
So
then
I had delayed it actually. Oh, go ahead, man. Sorry.
I was gonna just ask, are there any speakers here, or was there only cameras?
There were cameras and the record system.
Okay. And that's all he's gonna do for now is just like scream on the comms. But I'll take note of that.
Yeah. So when I heard I'm assuming I heard the submachine gun or whatever it is fire. I heard the gunshots, right?
Everyone's here. There are 2 pistol shots. Like one you could maybe discount as a vehicle backfiring, but
Yeah.
2 in quick succession. It's unmistakable.
Yeah. So I would have heard that, and I delayed my action until I heard like shit go down. So once I hear the gunshots or whatever, I'm gonna pop out of the van and start moving towards the motel.
All right, now I have control. Ha! Should I move Black Plague?
Well, it's not round to your turn yet, so
Yeah, and I still have a held action. Can I do a held action to swap out to pick up my rifle?
When you do a held action, you sort of have to pick the action.
Yeah.
At the time,
He didn't do what I wanted him to.
Yeah, what you're waiting for him to come into the building.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he scored a critical on his perception and recognized Plague from when you were there before, and didn't want to take any chances. So he just went straight into
he
combat mode.
recognized me. Actually, no, I was wearing the mask.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know that he's recognized you. All you know is that he looked up and didn't look happy. You were sneaking around the place anyway, or trying to, but he didn't look happy, and he came towards you, got a closer look, and then brought up his pistol and opened fire. So yeah, unfortunately, once you pick a held action, you're stuck with that. So it's that action and that trigger. But there's only currently one enemy involved, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's not a big deal. And Locke, you were basically taking up a run to get closer.
Well, I don't know how, like, yeah, we're not too far down, but if I can move and get close, because I don't really know where we are on the map, but if I can move and get close and take an action, great. If I can't move and get close, I'll try to move to a point where I can get some cover before my next action. So I'm not really sure where I am.
You're at the top edge of the map, because that was the only place that someone volunteered for you to come in from. So I presume that's where you're coming from.
Sure.
So you can either, I don't know if you can see your marker on the top edge there. If you're coming down, you can either come around left or right side of this block of rooms here.
Okay, I'll probably try to move on this side here. I don't know how far that is. Like, what is that? How do I do the
the measuring isn't going to be accurate on here because the scale's a bit bigger. But if you're running, what's your speed?
It's not as high as I wanted it to be because I had to use those points in other places. Sheet 5.
Okay, so you can get to that corner there, and still be. You do a little sprint, and then that tends to be how you move. You don't just cover massive distances. You do a sprint, get into some cover, look around, make your next move, and so on. So you can get to that corner, and you're peeking around that corner. You've not really got a view of the action yet, but you can hear the gunfire is coming from around here.
Okay. And I have my submachine gun in one hand, and I got my katana in the other.
Cool. Salvo, by the way, you didn't see an initiative off you. I'm going to just assume...
Oh, right. My initiative didn't go through. I should probably roll that.
No. It was Salvo's. Oh, cool. He's rolling it out. Yeah, Plague, I rolled yours for you already while you were offline.
Oh, you did? All right. I apologize.
Yeah, if you're happy to do that, Salvo, you absolutely can. Do me a favor and just either make an initiative roll, or I can do one for you if you don't have access at the minute. Just so that then we know where you are in the combat order if a quick getaway is needed. While he's doing that, Hijack, what are you doing?
He's gonna go ahead and take control of the speakers and start blasting "Fortunate Son" by
Okay,
CCR.
What speakers were these?
You said wasn't there
You
speakers
asked if there were speakers, and there were only the only devices connected were the records and the cameras.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I misheard. Okay, never mind.
That's
He
okay.
is not gonna do that. He is gonna go ahead and try and step out in the hall. Well, I guess jack out. No, yeah, he has to jack out first. So I'm gonna safely jack out, and then I believe that's it, right? Because you can only do your net space actions or a meet space action, correct?
I'll allow you to move as well.
Okay, then he's gonna go move over by the solo, kind of ducking behind stuff.
Cool. Black Plague. You're currently standing in the middle of nowhere and being shot at.
Well, since I don't like being shot at, and I really didn't want to. How far is he?
Yeah, again, the map is not quite to scale. You are further away than it looks. That's why he only landed one shot at you, even though you can't dodge.
Yeah, I know. I'm just gonna try to go as close to the car for cover, and he's within range. So say hello to Boomstick.
Well, as I said, the ranges aren't accurate on there. So you're probably looking about 4 times the range.
It's a shotgun. I'm going close range to get him behind that car.
Okay, so that 10 feet on the measuring tool is like 40 feet.
Really?
So I'm sure you can still
40.
Yeah, that's what I said, 4 times the.
Okay, then yeah, screw it. I might as well just go through that door.
So you can't. You also can't. What's your move?
My movement, my body is 5, so
No, move. Your move stat
would be 10.
That's your body doesn't have anything to do with your move. What's your move stat? MA.
Yes, because basically your body is 5, and then times that by 2. That would make
No, it's not. It's you have a movement stat. I swear to you, you do.
Wait.
Hang on.
It's on a character sheet.
Hang on a second. Yes, I apologize. Basically, both my body and my move are 5, so that's why I got confused there.
Right. Okay. We got there in the end, dude. Don't worry.
I apologize.
So we're up here. So you're gonna basically take a run action, yeah?
Yes. I'm basically going to run as quickly as possible into that room if I can.
I'll tell you right now, you can see you're not going to be able to get into that room in one go before he gets to unload more shots at you. So you would probably, if you want to head for like this corner, you could get there and get into some cover.
Yeah, I guess because I had to wait for him to come closer for me to open the boomstick.
Okay, so you happy there?
Yeah, that'll work.
Cool. And Heil, we got background to you. Do some
I think
killing,
you're
bro.
muted, bud.
Okay, well, I dropped the axe at some point when I was attacking the other guy, I guess. And I'm going to raise up my rifle, obviously, because drawing an accessible weapon isn't an action. And I'm going to take a single shot at that guy. But how far is he exactly?
So that 15 is about 60 feet.
Yeah, how many is that in yards?
So 20.
20 yards.
Mm-hmm.
So what did you say, Panda? It was basically the map distance times 4, and then you divide that by 3 to get yards?
Yeah.
Okay.
So confusing.
Yeah, I know. It's a pain. It's my fault because I thought we've got more players. I will find a better map which is a similar layout. I thought we can fit more people on.
Well, I think I
Well, you
thought
can just scale this down.
I
You
think
can
I
just
thought
scale the
Roll20
grid down.
auto scales, like it'll produce squares on its own, and whatever you set the map to is just the scale of it.
Yeah, you can just make the map bigger to make it fit, or you can scale the grid down to like 25 pixels or something.
Well, I mean, like, look at the measurement of a car. That's a little over 5 feet. That's pretty.
Like, we should be able to have 2 of us sitting in each of those cars. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm saying distance-wise is not far off scale. Because that what that a 40-foot
Okay,
car.
but regardless, we've got the map is how it is at the moment.
Right.
So, what would you like to do, dude?
I took a shot and I missed because it's a little closer than I thought it would be, but it's fine.
You basically have to crit fail to miss with that rifle anyway, unless you're at extreme range.
Well, I got a 13 roll, so unless he is, oh, where did my reference sheet go? Damn it!
So you take a shot at him, and it goes wide, and it buries itself somewhere way off in the distance.
Yeah. So I'm gonna take the opportunity after I whiff my shot to advance on this guy, however far I can go.
Depends where you want to end up. Do you want to end up in some sort of cover, or are you just coming out into the open?
No, I'm just balls of the walls, like approaching the guy.
About where you are, you can get to. That's no problem.
Cool.
Okay, and Locke, what you doing, buddy?
I'm going to try to get in a position, I guess, next to the car. So I'm going to try to move about here or so and survey. I guess I'd have to sprint, right, to get there anyway. Actually, I think I would move maybe here.
That would be a sprint. The initial placement that you had, you could get in your movement.
So I guess the question is then, as I come here, do I see where are the bad guys in the map? I'm having trouble seeing where they're at. Is this a...
There are only, I think, 2 visible to you at the moment. We
So I'm trying to
presume
see
there
who
might
else.
be more around. So there's
Pinging.
one out front here.
Okay.
One down here.
One over. Okay, so then I will sprint to this position here then, and that'll be my action. Next to these cars.
Okie dokie. Salvo, you staying in the car? You want to do anything? Keeping the engine running. Getaway guy.
Always keep the engine running is always the greatest idea.
So, right, we are round to the bad guy's turn. So, this one, right in front of Heil, just walks up on him, continues closing the distance. And I'm presuming that you can dodge these.
Nice.
One does slip through, amazingly. But I'm guessing that's going to bounce off your armor. 9 points. Yeah, I'm guessing you're in 11 points or more.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so 1 does impact you, but there's no noticeable effect from it.
And does the armor ablate then, like down 1 point? How does that work?
Only
No,
if it goes through.
Yeah, you have to actually deal damage. If it's too little damage to actually have an effect, then it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Only one question is, when you're going to get armor fixed, do you have to get it? How do you get that done, actually?
We can
That's
just fix it afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tech thing in downtime, which you can either get a tech to do, or you can just take it to a shop and effectively pay to have it fixed.
Okay, so, Locke, you're going to be fixing my armor because I forgot to totally do that.
Yeah, no worries, man. We can just assume that we take it out of whatever we get paid, and
Yeah.
in between missions or whatever, we just fix it up just to make things easy.
Okay.
Yeah. So Locke is probably the only one who sees this guy who was down in the corner, starting to run to back up his buddy. Completely misses you over the other side because you're not where the gunshots are coming from.
Oh, hello.
And 1 emerges from this room here. And 1 comes out here. But that is the end of their turns. They have done all they can do for the moment. So we're around to Jack.
He's gonna run up to the doors and fire off a shot at this guy. That's a 17.
Well, he's not fast enough to be dodging you, so that quite easily hits him. Give me some damage. Ooh, nice.
Ouch.
Nice.
Unfortunately, no critical, but still good solid hit there.
As he's firing off this shot, he's hollering on the comms again. What the fuck? Why did this go south?
Black Plague's gonna go on the comms. To be fair, the dude was basically trigger happy looking. I was trying to run quickly.
All right, so that was Jack. Plague. Kyle
Yeah.
seems to come to your rescue.
I'm definitely gonna be giving Kyle some special treatments when it comes to patching him up.
I haven't even been hit yet. Or hurt.
Is it possible that I could back up Kyle?
Yeah, what do you want to do?
Me being able to be behind Kyle with the shotgun, would I be able to actually fire it with no problems, or?
Yeah, there's not, it's not a flamethrower or something. It is still an aimed weapon. So you can move up probably to. You can probably get yourself to the doorway now.
Okay. Cool, because he took a shot at me. I'm returning the favor.
Shoot away.
And since it's a smart gun, does it mean I get +2 to the attack, or I don't know.
I think it's +1. I think we already established that you have the.
I have the Neuralink and I have also the Thermal Grip. So yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's a +1 to the attack.
Okay. So 15.
Yep. This guy's, again, not dodgy, so roll your damage.
Armor Piercer, eat this.
Oh, these are AP as well?
I did put the APs in. It's like, yeah, he pissed me off that I had to bring out Boomstick.
Okay, you catch him right in the flank, and that clearly he is not having a good day. He's still up, but he's not moving quite as quick as he was a few minutes ago. And Hyle.
Yep.
We're back round to you, and this guy is looking messed up.
All right.
He was clearly another one with sort of the subdermal armor of some kind, but that is being fairly shredded now.
All right, I'm gonna come free with my left hand off my rifle and just jab him with a martial arts attack.
This he does get to try and evade and fail utterly. Give me some damage. Cool. You've got him staggered. He is reeling around. That first attack has just knocked him sideways. Give me another. It lands. Again, give me the damage, but I do not see this guy surviving it. No, not even close. Yeah, you take one hand off the rifle and just jab and then roundhouse him, and he goes straight into the concrete. There is no response when he hits the ground.
No movement.
It's just like dead meat hitting the floor.
All right.
You feel the crunch as your hand crushes through his jaw. There are bits of, metal and bone just go scattering across the car park. He ain't getting up again. You still have movement if you want to use it.
Yeah, I will. I would like to get myself kind of over here. Oh, sorry, over here ish to where I can get an angle on this guy, but at a decent range. I want to be within my. I want to be within my sweet spot range of 26 to 50 yards.
Okay, so you reckon if you're a bit outside it now, but if this guy's going to continue running towards you, it's going to bring it right back into that perfect range.
Cool. That's my turn.
Locke, you were coming around to join your friends. You can see this guy down south is running up on them. You can also see a guy who has stepped out of a room adjacent and doesn't seem to have noticed you yet. He is pulling out, there's a massive claymore on his back, the sword rather than the landmine. He is pulling that off and starting to, not exactly sprint, but maybe a healthy jog down towards this corner.
Okay, I'm gonna put my I'm gonna take my submachine gun and just clip it on the back, and have my katana out, and I'm gonna whistle at him. And when he turns to look, I'm gonna say, "You know how to use that thing, or is that just for show, like all your friends?"
Oh, a sword fight. Nice.
Very nice.
Cool.
Okay, cool. Give me a conversation check.
What about the cool showdown thing? Is
Yeah,
that a
if
thing?
if you want to do it as a face down, absolutely.
I've never done it before. I don't know how it works, but I figured this is as good a time as any to learn how to do it. So
I believe it is D10 plus cool plus your reputation, which, in fact, I was going to bring up. You guys do now have a reputation. You've got a reputation of 2.
There is a face down button.
Yeah, it's on the character sheet, the first tab.
All right, so I'm gonna let's go to sheet, and then I'm gonna try to find where reputation is, so I can add 2 to that before I roll this real quick. Hold on, let's see. Reputation, here it is. So 2. Okay, and then is it okay? Face down. I'll roll that.
Yeah, you square up to this guy. You make your threat, and he's clearly he wants to act like he's gonna fuck you up, but he's a little hesitant about it. He doesn't know why you're not scared. He's like, my sword is 4 times the size of yours. Be worried, buddy. And you don't seem at all concerned. So he's clearly a little on the back foot. He lost.
So yeah, so does that mean like I get like an advantage or something, or?
Yeah. So you will. I can't remember if it's you get a +2. I think it's they get a -2 on all actions against you.
All right.
Which can be very, very useful in a fight.
Yep. So I guess that's my action. Then
yep.
If I have I don't know if I have a move or something, I might. So he can. Well, I think that'll be fine. That'll be it. Yeah.
You can move at the same time, and since you're staring the guy down, you don't notice any ranged weapons on him, so you don't think you have to worry about him just unloading a shotgun in your face instead.
Yeah, I'll probably move on the other side of the car as I'm talking to him and pull out my sword and kind of walk towards him and make that comment around the car, waving my katana around.
Looking forward to it. Salvo, still just keeping the car running, or did you have anything you wanted to do? Want to get involved?
I don't blame him after what happened to the van last time.
Yeah, that's the entire thing. Is I just need to keep the van safe. Like fuck those guys. The van is important. Ah, nice. Okay, there's a couple of trees there, so just give me a drive check. It's not going to be difficult. They are stationary and they're not too close, but just make sure you don't take the wing mirror off or something.
Nice. I just see this in my mind. It's not what's happening, but I stand off against this guy, and he like pulls out his sword, and then he just gets fucking run over by a van.
I completely forgot about my solo action ability this whole time.
Oh, dude. Well,
You've been pretty
not to
lethal
worry.
without it.
You can
Yeah.
apply it now.
Yeah, well, whatever my first attack is on a round, just add 4 to it.
I just realized I had myself muted the whole time.
All right, so Salvo went. Who's
So after Salvo, it is the Highlanders who are going to go. I'm just sticking a van in for it. There you go. So you've got some. You're facing this guy down, and then suddenly, round the corner, screeches your van. Doesn't in any way have to stop your conflict. Just you have some sudden, unexpected backup. Now this guy is dead, so he's not doing anything. This guy's dead, so he's not doing anything. This guy's dismembered, so he's not doing anything. Yeah, you can drive and fire your pistol, I'm sure.
Hey, just don't take them off the map. They're still useful.
Take your shots, dude. Roll away. Nice. See what happens. Both of those land. So
Nice.
2 lots of damage on this guy. Very nice. And they seem to thud into him, and there is no resistance there. This guy isn't armored at all. So two shots square into the torso, one inside the diaphragm area and one in the lower abdomen. Those are going to hurt even if he survives the next few seconds. So now, these guys. This guy right here by the van is... He books it back into the room that he came out of.
Oh shit!
Because fuck it, he's just been face down by this scary dude with a submachine gun and katana, and then suddenly his friend pops round and does a straight up drive by on him. He did not wake up ready for this 6 seconds ago. So yeah, he is not a happy boy.
Well done, guys.
However, out of another adjacent room does come one. It was one of the Highlanders who was a little slow on the uptake,
Oh.
and he comes out right behind Locke. He basically dives over this car that's behind you, the hood of it, and starts swinging these big brass-coloured knuckles at you.
Okay.
Give me 2 evasion checks, please.
Yeah. So was that skill and then just evasion?
Yep, just evasion, and it should do it. The first one is nowhere close to you. The second one, even though you do a sterling effort at dodging, he does just manage to clip you for a whole 6 points of damage.
Okay.
I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that doesn't actually scratch you.
Right, because I got armor, right? So the light armor jack.
Yeah.
So yours is
even
11,
though
so it doesn't even bother you.
Yeah, even though it's melee, so it halves armor, that still doesn't get through. So he dives across the bonnet of the car, tries to sort of grab you and take you down as he slides over it, misses it, takes another swing, catches you in the shoulder, and it just glances straight off your armor.
Okay, I'm gonna just
no
kind of
effect to you.
chuckle. I'm just gonna look at him and kind of smile and chuckle a little bit.
This guy here advances a little. He's sort of behind this lime green car, where he thinks he's got decent cover from Heil. So he's gonna.
Till somebody shoots the car.
Well, he's gonna try and take shots from there, but it's not exactly a great range for him. He's hit with one of them. One of them goes wide. One hits the DV that he would need, but you still get to dodge if you would like to.
Well, that's a crit
Ooh.
fail.
That was unexpected. Okay, so
All right, so 15 minus 8, so he hits. He hits for sure.
yeah, he does 11 damage. Have you actually taken any damage yet?
No.
So that bounces
So
off
that's
you as
half
well.
my body armor.
Yeah,
Poor
these
guy.
guys are not having a good day.
Nope.
They're a street level fucking poser gang. They are not. They're not combat specialists. Let's put it that way.
They
True,
should've
but
thought
then
of that before
they should have not shot at the medic.
They should have thought of that before they started recording snuff BDs, and I heard about it.
They should indeed. They're scumbags. That doesn't make them competent scumbags.
No, they're competent. Target practice.
This last one realizes that he's out of range to do anything effective, but he can see his friends being harassed by Locke and Salvo up here, and it's totally nothing to do with the fact that he's just seen, AR rounds piling into vehicles and just slaughtering someone over here. So he decides to go northwards, comes to the fence. Oh dear. Okay, he comes to the fence at the edge of what used to be the pool area and jumps straight over it until he doesn't, and his foot catches on it, and he face plants and deals himself some damage. So yeah, he's now prone down here. Just, oh man, he thought he was being so clever, going, well, there's an assault rifle over there. I'll stay away from that. Run, 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 leap. And that is the last of their goes. So, Hijack, you're up.
He's just gonna scooch a little bit closer, but still be kind of in this doorway and fire another shot. Wait, this guy just he's still alive, right? He's just wounded.
We've got the one by the green car down here.
Oh, are we talking about this one?
Is this
I think he's dead.
This guy's dead right here?
The guy with the frowny face is very dead.
Okay. Then, in that case, he's gonna move, over to the corner. Like, not really. There's not really a whole lot of cover, but that corner where he can see this guy. And he's gonna
you could
fire
get into
shots.
the corner and be in reasonable pistol ranges. Yeah, and this guy's not fast enough to be dodging your bullets. So, give me that shot.
That's 16.
Yep. Damage away.
Oof. Is that a
That's
a crit?
Yes,
That's
it
a
is.
crit.
Critical table.
It's a shame you were not aiming for the head.
I think Heil has it up already.
Yeah, just roll it. That's a 7. That's going to be for an object. At the end of every turn where you move further than 4 meters yards on foot, you resuffer the bonus damage directly to your hit points.
Nice.
So the bullet's lodged in them, apparently.
So, and he takes the bonus 5 for critical as well. Yeah, that really.
How I
hurts. So
figured you shot him right in the lungs, right between the lungs and the ribs.
Yeah, that buries itself in his chest cavity, and is clearly there's no sign of an exit wound that is rattling around in there.
And then he's just gonna duck behind the corner as best he can. That's my turn.
Cool. Plague, what are you doing?
Since I don't see any other people other than this one-armed guy, I'm guessing.
You see a few dead bodies, and there's one live one to your south that Hijack took a chunk out of.
Well, I'll let these dead bodies stay there. As how far of a distance of a shot from this guy who face planted?
Well, you're inside a building. He's outside a building.
Yeah.
I apologize.
You would need to go down the corridor and out the back. You would
I
also
thought there was a window there, so I apologize on that.
Yeah. To be reasonable, you would probably actually need to know he was there as well.
Okay.
Because he's come from this bottom left corner.
That's fair. I'll come popping out to take a shot at that guy, I guess.
Come on, do some kill stealing. You can do it.
Yeah. I'm bringing out the boomstick. So 12.
Okay. The shotgun range chart in front of me. Hang on. So that's about 12 yards. Yeah.
So I'm guessing he.
Unfortunately, you just it goes into the car that he's next to.
All right. Hell, you know what? I feel like doing this just for shits and giggles. Reese, this is MPD.
Okay. You can absolutely do that.
I don't know if that would count as a face down, but I feel like just doing that just to be a dick to this guys.
If you want to try this face down next turn, if he's still alive, then go for it. So Heil, you've had some minor assistance with putting this guy down, but yeah, he's still you're the one who really kills people.
Right. Let's see. 1d10 plus my reflex plus my shoulder arms minus 8. That's a headshot.
Oof.
Add
Ooh, shit. Ooh, yeah,
add
that.
To that.
Damn.
Yeah, that is easily a hit. I mean, you can roll the damage. I'm not sure you need to, but you can roll it.
God damn.
Critical headshot.
What's the crit?
Do you want to see what the crystal is anyway?
Yeah,
That's his head.
I do.
That single shot would have taken his head off his shoulders anyway.
Yeah, critical headshot with an 8 is whiplash. So his head whips back as I shoot it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the head snaps back and it snaps back so far there is literal ripping of the it doesn't take his head off because a gunshot doesn't do that, but there is actually ripping of his throat.
Yeah, that's a 13 paramedic or surgery. If I was to treat or
well, it's a lot more than that because he's dead. He's
It's
very
removed.
Very
His head is removed.
there is a hole in one side of his head and out the other. You can before the body slumps down, you can actually through your sights you can see through his head for a split second, and then it just collapses to the floor. He is no longer a problem.
That's just more money for me because body parts, body parts, body parts.
I'll put a little. Yeah, there you go. Somebody got it already. And then for my move, I'll move over towards this pink semi truck over here, is about as far as I can.
Yeah, you can get most of that way with your move. You can't quite get to it, but you can get. You currently got a line on this guy who face planted before.
All right. That's it for me.
Locke, we're around to you.
All right. I will be. I'm just gonna try this because I don't know how all this stuff works. Is he wearing any armor? This guy that I see?
No. In fact, you know what? This guy took so long getting. He was delayed because he was trying to get dressed, and he is wearing his combat boots. Full stop.
Oh God.
Well, at least he's dedicated.
So
Yeah,
you know,
I guess
maybe the big nooks aren't the most intimidating weapon that's swinging at you at the moment.
Oh boy. He
Oh
wishes.
no, them big moose nuts.
Yeah. All right, so I will
Get those nunchucks.
Yeah, I will do a melee attack and then a martial arts attack. And so for the melee, let's roll that up. Actions. hopefully this is correct.
Nice. That easily slice into him.
Okay, so there's the damage. It's a horrible roll for damage. And then the martial arts attack. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? What is that?
What?
Oh, hold on a second. 0 plus 0 plus 0. This isn't right. Hold on.
Your macro's messed up.
Yeah, if you can just manually roll it. So
Hey, that's weird.
Yeah, let's
It-
see.
You could have your thing of martial arts, so that's even questionable.
Yeah, it's better.
that's considerably better.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that one lands as well.
Okay, so there's the damage.
Oh, your damage rolls are not great today. However,
No.
that is still because this guy is not wearing armor. That's still a lot.
Yeah, so then I think I get something with martial arts. Let me find it real quick where I do some kind of move now because I did a melee attack and a
What kind of attack is it? Like what kind of
it's
martial art?
karate. It's
Say it's
so if you hit the same target with a melee weapon and martial attack this turn, just once per turn when you fulfill this requirement, you can use martial arts special move resolution to attempt to beat a DB 15. If you succeed, the target you hit twice this turn has all their. Oh,
Well, they
I
don't
guess
have
it
any
doesn't really
armor.
matter because it doesn't have any armor anyway. Okay. Okay, so I guess that's all I do.
Yeah, but you still since the guy is barring the combat boots naked, you still did a significant amount of damage to him. And Salvo, what are you doing, bud?
He went into a room.
He's currently inside. You could shoot at the one that Locke is currently engaged with if you want, or you could jump out of the van and try and go after the guy who went into the room. Go for it. Give me those shots. Yep, roll it. And I don't know why I'm picking up dice, because you can't dodge these. Yeah, they both hit at this range. 2 lots of damage, please. Yeah. Just as Locke is busy like, slashing the guy and dodging knuckle attacks and puts his shoulder into him and fist in the side of the face, then suddenly Salvo leans across the side and gun held sideways, leans out the window and just blap blap. Right, fucking gangster style, almost point blank range into the side of his head.
I totally picture it like this. The window winds down. It's like, really? Okay, you want to be... screw this. Bam, bam.
Yeah. He is, again, no longer a problem.
Who else wants lead?
Apparently
with these
other people
guys
are down
at a
here.
pace. So we do still have a couple of Highlanders left. Although I believe the rule is there can only be one.
That's
as
only
far as
if
this
they're the
mission
chosen
goes-
one.
As far as this mission goes, there really can only be one because that was the plan. Go in, kill all the rest but one, get information, kill him too.
Yeah.
So technically, there can only be none.
So we have the guy by the pool picks himself up because he had to do that first, and takes a look around at his dead buddies. And
But he can only see one, right? Or he can see two.
there's the one by the green car. There's the one that's just got shot up by Locke. Yeah, he doesn't think things are going well. And bearing in mind that this guy is carrying a not very healthy looking baseball bat, he suddenly feels like maybe there are other employment opportunities elsewhere.
My only question is, did he hear Black Plague scream, "Freeze!" as MPD as well?
He may have done. He was probably a bit dazed as he just face planted the floor. So he starts running back the way he came. You're guessing he's probably either heading for a vehicle or for this gap over here. He's clearly trying to just book it out there. But before he can do that, he has to jump over the fence that first defeated him. Oh my fucking god. Right. This guy's
Did he get defeated by the fence again?
This guy's arch nemesis is the fence.
Oh dear.
He's gonna murder himself. He just took 11 points of damage.
Ouch.
You fucking retard. Sorry, I shouldn't use that word. He is.
Thank you. I'm done.
Wow. The dice are telling a story today. That's all I'll say.
The dice gods are like, you know what? We're gonna help you.
So yeah, I apologize for my language there, but yeah, he is face down on the tarmac again, and that's where his action ends.
So Salvo mentioned if he was able to jump out of the van after shooting and try to go to the other building.
You could jump out of the van. You wouldn't. Basically, you can put yourself stacked up on the door, ready to go in. But that's that because you've taken your 2 shots. You have to then open the door to get out, so that takes some of your movement. I think technically it should be an action, but fuck that. So yeah, it uses some of your movement to open the door, and you're by the door to that room, ready to go in. Hi, Jack. What are you doing? This seems like a fairly one-sided slot. Have you guys taken any damage yet? I think there's been like 1 point between you.
No. I think the Hellhound last week is the only little bit of damage that he's taken.
I feel like, did Plague take 1 point of damage earlier, and that's all you guys have taken between you?
Yeah, I only took 1 point of damage.
Fucking hell.
Seeing that this is mostly being handled by the others, he's gonna head back inside and raid that dead bodies, the one, the drug pocket on that one Highlander. He's not gonna need those.
Cool. Go for it. And for the sake of argument, you find 31 assorted chemical substances, shall we say. You can maybe go through and catalog them all later if you want, or
we'll worry about that later. Yeah.
Just chew them with vodka and hope for the best. All right. Plague.
Yes. I know I'm not gonna catch up to that dude, and I am going to go and collect on some biotech out of these guys.
Oh dear.
Cool.
Well, okay.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna be able to catch that dude running. So salvaging these guys is basically getting me extra money out of this.
Okay. You start looking around to try and work out who's got where and who hasn't, and to try stripping their corpses for parts. Cool.
I will start with this dude.
Yeah. There's a few of them. So just for the sake of expediency, what I'll say is that if you want to start doing that, we will take it as read, and we will, when we get to the end of things, that is one of the things that we'll do in downtime. I will give you a list of, we'll make some rolls because you have to try and get stuff out without damaging it.
Fair
and then
enough.
You can get a list of what you can retrieve for the group. So Plague is already looting the corpses. Heil, there are still 2 enemies still technically alive.
I'm walking towards this guy calmly with my move up to where I can basically get. I don't know how far I can go.
Your move is
7.
much? Okay, so you can bring yourself to about here, and that also puts you within. That's right within
50
your
meters.
sweet spot. No contest. Oof. Okay, with the damage this guy has already inflicted on himself, jumping a fence repeatedly, you just calmly stroll up, level your rifle, steady it on one shoulder, and single shot straight through center of mass, straight through the torso, in his back, out of the chest, and down he goes. He's running, and the momentum sort of carries him forwards, but his legs are no longer moving with it, so he just sort of glides forwards and skids to a stop.
I almost want to feel bad for that guy, but not enough to care. All right.
Nah, these guys don't deserve your sympathy.
Just because he didn't even get to do anything. He just jumped a fence a couple times.
No, he did. He just happened to do it twice against his nemesis, the fence.
Cool.
Okay, and so we're now around to Rock. The only enemy, as far as you're aware, is the guy in the room. Salvo is currently stacked up on the room, ready to go in.
Yeah. So I'll oops, what's going on here? So I'll move up to the room if I can, and then take my action to. Then I'll look over at Salvo and say, "We need this guy alive." And I will ready. I guess I will ready in action to kick the door down, assuming it's locked.
The guy went straight in. He's literally been in there 1 second. He ran in. The door's not even properly shut. He slammed it behind him, and it sort of bounced open slightly.
Okay, so when I get in there, then I guess so I'll run up and they'll push open the door and have my katana ready and say, you can do this the easy way or the hard way. And I'll roll I guess a persuasion check.
You can do
That's
it
the
as-
guy who's already scared of you, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, the guy who
down.
basically
Future
saw
thing.
your katana compared to his claymore.
There's no real competition here. You boot the door open, stare the guy down, and he's there. He's sort of crouched behind the. He scrambled over the bed. He basically ran in and dove over it, and then came up into a standing position because he was expecting you to maybe come in with guns. So he was, well, maybe not standing, but sort of semi-crouched to try and get some kind of cover behind the bed, as if that's going to do much. And you come in, make your threat, and even as lunatic as the Highlanders may be, he evaluates the situation and drops his claymore. Okay. He does not drop it and injure himself. I felt like I had to roll for that, since, given how comical some of them have been so far. He manages to drop it away from himself.
Oh, a smart ganger.
Smart is a relative term. Petrified, yeah.
Smarter than all these idiots.
So you have your hostage, I suppose. Now, what I might do there, if it's okay with you guys, now we're to the end of combat. We've been going for the best part of 5 hours now. So what I might do is, if it's okay, leave it there. When we come back in next time, we will have already discussed, because we're going to go into another sort of area of discussion and roles of what do you want to do to the guy, how you're going to get information out of him, what questions do you want to ask. So rather than go through that and us be at like 6 hours, I think it might be better if we do that in downtime, and then we can, once we've agreed what tactics we're going to take, we can summarize that and what you guys have decided to do based on what information you get at the start of next time, and then we can pick it straight up.
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable?
Okay.
Sounds like a great plan, man.
Sounds awesome to me.
Awesome. Fantastic. In which case, thank you very much, everyone, for coming and watching our ridiculousness. Thank you guys for playing. Thank you, Rob, for hosting it and all the content that Cyberpunk Uncensored puts out. Thank you to the various sponsors of Cyberpunk Uncensored. We've got R.Talsorian Games, Roll20, Elderwood Academy. Who else am I missing? I'm definitely missing people. Sirenscape.
Level Up Dice.
Thank you.
Lion Banner
The love
Games.
dice is always the best.
Yes.
Yeah, we have just so everyone watching those too. We have multiple map creators that donate to us. Our main sponsors are Lion Banner Games, Frag Maps, Cyber Topo. However, we do use, maps from all kinds of creators out there. Anybody watching that makes maps wants us to use yours, send them our way and let us know who to credit.
Where do we go to find those maps, and where do we go to send them?
You can go to our website or you can go to our Discord.
Yeah, we got a lot of great people on the Discord who make tokens and maps and things like that. A lot of free stuff that's just really great for, even if you don't want to necessarily host or stream your own thing. It's just great for running your own games or maybe passing along to your own GM.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are so many awesome resources put on there, and there are even if you're some people are short of cash, there are things that are provided for free or just some sort of pay or tip what you want basis. And so it's not. It means that everyone, the bar for entry is really low. As long as you've got the rules, there are resources out there. and that can be a big thing, especially when people aren't in the best of circumstances. Being able to have something like this awesome game, which you can do on a budget with some amazing assets, and you can manage the maps and things much better than I can. That is one of my. Hopefully, people who've watched the stream before will notice that things are getting gradually improved with the technology side and preparedness. So my two to do things apart from all the story stuff this week are to sort out map scaling and to sort out making sure I've got my Sirenscape tracks up and ready to go, because I keep going through their sound effects on there and their awesome provisions, and then forgetting to actually put it together into a playlist so it's actually in a usable format and I don't have to hunt around for it because I'm a Muppet. So yeah, thank you very much for coming and seeing us.
Thank you so much, Panda, for hosting.
Yeah, good times, man.
Yeah, definitely want to say thanks to GM Reservoir Panda. Definitely. We always thank the players, we thank the viewers and all that, but the GMs for all the Cyberpunk Uncensored streams make it happen. There's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes to prepare the sessions, the campaigns, to organize the streaming, promoting the streaming, just everything that all the GMs do. It's very much appreciated. So GM Reservoir Panda, thanks for joining the team. And anybody watching, if you want to get involved and play, I do want to just reiterate, join the Cyberpunk Uncensored Discord. Look for the RED or the 2020 Looking for Players or GMs channels, and just post in there. You might be able to find a game to join. You might be able to run a game for people to join. If you have no luck finding a game and you're looking and you desperately want to play, we do have another option. You can check out the Cyberpunk Uncensored Patreon page, and I run paid games there, super cheap, but it guarantees you a spot in any one of my monthly games. They can either be streamed or not streamed. That's up to you, but check that out. It's at least another option. I just want to kick out as many options as possible and as many GMs as possible because, I love Cyberpunk. I want everyone to be able to play. So that's all I wanted to mention. But thanks so much, guys.
Thanks for hosting.
Other than that, it's awesome that you didn't get as much technical difficulties, Panda.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah. Well, that was one of my first big tasks, was trying to get everything right with the setup. So hopefully we don't continue to have those interruptions. And sound and video quality should be getting better, and I'll be in a different location from next week, I think. I don't think I'll be in the office since we're working from home, so the office sort of has to stay as the office. So I think I'm going to move to my garage and maybe have a bit more streaming-friendly setup the way I organise things in there. So yeah, thank you again, everyone, for coming. Thank you. Obviously, my name's Matt, or Reservoir Panda, and you can find me here, or I'm starting to do other social media stuff, but it all uses the same name, so that you can find me should you wish to, streaming this and other RPGs. And we went right to left on the intro, so just a quick recap if there's anything you guys want to say or plug, starting from Locke.
Thank you. Yes. Block, aka Burrow's Forge. I stream on Tuesday nights and Thursday nights at around 6 p.m. or 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, doing blacksmithing, beekeeping, falconry, and mead making. I also have a stream on Saturday mornings around 9:30 a.m. Right now, we're working on doing some bottle openers. This is the one that I had finished that's not actually going out to anyone. Can't really see it that well, but hand forged bottle opener with custom mosaic pins. But I enjoy sharing my hobbies on Twitch, and you guys can catch me live on Twitch. Everything's at /Burrows Forge, Instagram, Twitter, and Twitch. So
Very nice, thank you. Plague, anything you want to say?
Troublematic here. Basically, still doing my lovely nerd moments. I'm thinking I might do a D&D campaign, but I'm still just learning on the whole Game Master's Guide book. So, not much that I could shout out to.
It's all right. If I'm evidence of anything, it's that you don't have to know shit to run a game. So, Solo.
Why, thank you.
Oh, he's not here.
I'm calling out to someone who's not even with us in voice. See exactly what I mean. So professional I am.
Hey, you are pretty professional.
Hi, Jack.
Hey guys, Jedi the Gray. I don't really have anything to plug as usual. So stay safe out there, guys.
Cool. And Hyle.
Yeah, I'm Scrag. Haven't gotten any art commissions, so those are open, I guess. If you want some like character portraits for your cyberpunk characters, I could do that. Other than that, not much going on right now. I'm doing a lot of job interviews. Hopefully, I'll have a paid software engineer position again here pretty soon. Other than that, I've been testing a Foundry VTT plugin that's new and in development. You can't currently get it, I don't believe, but it should be ready soon. And yeah, that's a very powerful program for running games. That's it for me.
Awesome. And with that, is that for a specific system, that plugin?
Yeah, for Cyberpunk RED.
Cool.
Ooh,
That's what I've been looking forward to.
There's already one existing. I can share it real quick, but they may not be able to see it, but it's fine. So this is the map that I had set up for my players last week. It only took me about 20 minutes to set it up. I basically just imported a bunch of textures. Let me make it daytime. I imported a bunch of textures as well as the hand-painted desert texture that I made. And I was able to scale it down to like 50 pixels per square. So I was able to set exactly the correct measurement for each square and scale that to the people along with the tokens and all that, as well as add dynamic lighting and light sources and draw walls around objects so that you can't see into them. But as you move, let me select a character here real quick. As you move, it dynamically adjusts what you're able to see. The reason she's able to see through this wall is because it was knocked down by a car that drove through it. So, but yeah,
nice. And these are some
very cool.
I've been looking forward to. I've been looking at Foundry myself.
Nice.
Looking forward to that coming through. Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you again, everyone. Again, look up Cyberpunk Uncensored on the website, all the social medias, and see all the stuff that we're doing, all the walkthroughs, all the support. If you want to find a game to play in or to run, this is the place to do it. They even let people like me loose on it. So have a brilliant night. Everyone stay safe, and we will see you next week at the same time.
And
Take care.
avoid those fences.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take care.
Don't go hop the fences.